Hello, darling.
Unmute.
It set my microphone. Why does OBS hate me? It's because OBS updated again. Every time OBS updates, it resets my microphone settings. My Zoom is broken? What do you mean? It cuts out during the Zoom. Oh my god, did the OBS update break a bunch of my stuff? The OBS update might have broken a bunch of my stuff. Okay, I'm gonna have to remember not to use the Zoom today. Nothing like a little bit of scuff at the beginning of stream. How's everybody doing? What I was trying to say was, hi, it's been a while. How is everyone? Thank you all for the subs. Thank you, Nebula, for the sub. I tried saying that. So, we have a couple of announcements to get through at the beginning of today. First of all, hi, I've been gone for an extra week because I've been sick. I had a really great time at Saratoga Comic-Con. I even got to meet some lovely viewers. I got to meet Party Possum, who is a regular in our chat, who is lovely and amazing, and it was so nice to meet them. And we had a fantastic time, and then I promptly came down with the flu as soon as I got home. Hi, Party Possum, welcome in. Chat screaming at me to unmute. I'm sitting there looking at my microphone going, it's not muted. I don't know what you mean. It's not muted. It doesn't say it's muted. It's OBS being silly. Yeah, no, Con Crud got me bad. I ended up having to do multiple COVID tests because I was so sure that I had gotten COVID for the 4th time now. Because I had all of the symptoms, but no, it came up negative. I got the flu. I got a really bad case of the flu. So I've been in bed for the better part of the past week. I'm still sick. I'm probably going to be muting myself a lot to blow my nose. My sinuses are still all screwed up. If I sound...
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Osmanthus wine.
But where are those who share the memory?
None of you are free from sin. Thank you for the head pats. But oh my goodness. So I've been in bed for the better part of the last week. I've been trying to get up and do a little bit of work here and there, and it's been very hard because I have been so dizzy, y'all. Walking around has been hard. It's been awful. I owe Mod Tim a huge thank you because Mod Tim has been taking a very good care of me since I've been sick. But so we're better now. However, I do have some announcements. So I am still on the mend, and I am still intermittently kind of dizzy from my sinuses being all screwed up, and I'm still very low energy because I'm on a lot of medication right now to help me get better, and unfortunately all of the side effects make me very, very dizzy and very tired. So we are going to be technically prematurely ending our subathon. I know that probably sounds big and scary, but it's not, I promise. And to make everyone feel better, I promise everyone is getting all of the rewards. We are going to be finishing up all of the rewards from the subathon because we met all the goals. We met all the goals, and we even technically finished the timer because my timer was all screwed up. It kept adding more time when when it wasn't supposed to be. So we technically finished the subathon already anyway. I just wanted to keep the timer going because I thought it would be nice. But so we're going to be prematurely ending the subathon because of that. I'm still going to complete all the prizes. We're still going to finish drawing all of our subs. Just instead of doing it during the subathon, I'm going to be doing it on my own time. We might do some of it on stream. We might do some of it off stream, just so that way I can take it at my own pace, because right now I am recovering from being very, very sick. So I need to be able to focus on that. So I'm sorry that we are ending it without the timer actually technically hitting 0, but y'all smashed our goals. And I'm going to be announcing all the winners from all the prizes and all of that fun stuff after stream today, probably, or either that or tomorrow at some point, probably. No, B, you do not have to keep count of anything anymore. I'm going to use the final count from the last stream that we did, and we're going to do it from there. I apologize that we have not been able to keep streaming for a week, because that was not part of my plan. I know I had to take a little bit of time off for the convention, but my plan was initially to come back and immediately start doing the subathon again, and that could not happen because I have had a fever and have been in bed. But yeah, I've been trying to rest and do all of that stuff, but we're doing something fun today. We are doing something very, very fun today that I hope all of you very much enjoy. Don't you worry, you deserve all the rest to get better from the flu. Thank you, I appreciate y'all. Hi there, Mocha. How's it going? Oh my goodness, but yeah, so we're doing better now. I apologize if I have to mute myself or if you see me kind of like lean off screen and stuff a lot during today's stream, or if maybe I seem like my energy is a little off. I am still very much recovering. I'm still very overtired, but I really missed you guys and I wanted to come and say hi to y'all. So we're gonna do something very fun today. Let me go and swap my screen over so we can get right into it. So, we're gonna be doing something fun. I just realized I didn't open stream avatars. Hang on, let me open stream avatars so y'all can have your Pokemon, because we all know how much everybody loves your Pokemon. One moment. You think I would remember to open this ever when I first opened stream? Don't apologize for being sick. Listen, I feel bad. I feel bad because like we were having so much fun and I was having so much fun. I was really enjoying doing all of our special events and stuff with y'all and just kind of like streaming really often and like way more than I normally do and all the fun stuff that we were doing. Looking DMs are like, hang on. Oh no, are all my microphone filters gone? Hang on. What do I sound like right now, chat? Do I sound really bad? Hang on. Why is it being this way? I would love it if OBS would not die after everything. Yeah, no, my noise cancellation isn't working right now. I apologize. You guys might hear me bonk my desk. Every time OBS updates, everything breaks. But so, let me get my tablet pen up here. Haha. Drawing pose. No, you're totally fine, Garnet. No, it is absolutely 100% okay. I like when people point out like, hey, this is not working. You should keep an eye on that. But so, we're going to be doing something fun today. Today we are going to be making something for Live 2D, something that I'm hoping we can use for tutorials on both my YouTube channel and on TikTok and stuff in the future. So what we're going to do is we are going to be making a head for Live 2D, and I'm going to go through my process of how we draw and cut a head, and then we are also, probably at a later point, I don't imagine that we're going to get into rigging this today, we'll see, but we're also going to be rigging it, and I'm going to go through my process on rigging a head and showing you guys how I like to do things. Thank you for the head pats, Maury. So let me get myself situated here. I apologize, I have to move stuff around. You might hear some thunking and all of that, and we will get right into it. And I'm going to move myself because for some reason my model is being stinky and moving off to the side. But I've been wanting to do things like this for a while where like I explain to you guys sort of my process for drawing a head, rigging a head, and especially cutting a head. I keep hearing people talking about how like they understand the rigging process to some extent because there are tons of tutorials for it, but there are a lot less tutorials on how to like prep the art properly. And so that's something I really want to talk about today. You know, I needed to read, you know what? It's fine. OBS breaking all of my shit is actually fine because I needed to redo all my audio settings anyway, and I've been looking for an excuse to make time to do that, and this gives me that excuse, so it's fine. But so, the first thing that I want to talk about when we are doing any sort of drawing for Live 2D is to try to stay organized with your layers, even if you are not normally an organized person, because I will openly admit I am not an organized person when I'm normally drawing with my layers. That changes when I am doing Live 2D art though. The only time I bother being organized with my art layers is when I'm making something for Live 2D. Sorry, I had to cough. But so, step number one is always like label your layers. So like I can just label this one sketch. Because I just did this shitty little head. This is Baldy, by the way. We're naming them Baldy. I'm gonna my wonderful handwriting. But this is Baldy. They're going to be our helper for today. And we're going to just kind of go through the process of, like, you know, what it's like to draw stuff like this. So first and foremost, I'm going to keep sketching here because we need a little bit more refined of a sketch. I just want to make sure that the eyes and, like, the nose and stuff are all kind of more defined. Me, once again, we are the same. Me normally nothing named, me making a live 2D, all 200 layers named and organized. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I normally even make, you can't really see it on my screen because my model and stuff blocks it, but under my layers, I normally make a folder that's just, like, named sketch, and then I keep all of my sketch layers in that folder, and then I have different folders inside of Clip Studio for, like, the head, the face, the hair front, the hair backs, the upper torso, the lower torso, the legs, all of that. Like, it's you just kind of break it down into sections, basically. Me laughing and sobbing hysterically as I've had to label live 2D models for people. Oh my god, yeah. Listen, labeling is the worst. Labeling is the absolute worst. It's the, as someone who does not organize shit, teaching myself how to make myself organize it was awful. Also, thank you so much for the Hydrate Adventurous Sheep. I'm taking a sip of a very different drink for me today. I'm having a matcha latte because I'm treating myself since I'm sick. If you have something to drink with us, please take a sip and let me know what you're drinking in the chat. Remember to stay hydrated, and anything non-alcoholic counts. Honestly, I don't even draw, but this will be neat to peep into the inner workings of it all. Yeah, it's a fun and interesting process. So step one, you get just a basic sketch. I'm gonna sketch out some nicer eyes than just the 2 dots over the top of this real quick. But one of the things that I like to recommend right at the very beginning of all of this is always use a symmetry tool if the art program that you have allows for it. Like Clip Studio has a symmetry tool. If you are drawing a design, even if it's not a fully symmetrical design, symmetry tools are going to be incredibly important for when you're drawing in Live 2D, because a lot of what you do in Live 2D is symmetrical. There are, 2 eyes, there are 2 arms, there are 2 legs normally on most models, depending on what the design of yours is. Being able to draw those, even if you're just sketching them symmetrically, because the design might be different over the top of them, is super important. Don't draw without the symmetry tool on unless it's something that's actively asymmetric from the rest of the drawing. I want to draw, but anxiety is a hell of a thing. Oh my god, no, that's a big mood, Adventurous Sheep. Big mood. My goodness. So we're just gonna draw some basic eyes. We're not gonna do anything too special here. This. God, they look so sad. Hang on. Hold on. Let me get rid of the eyes on the initial sketch layer so that way I can see what the heck I'm drawing. There we go. Ooh, really good at drawing dragons. I used to love drawing dragons. So just some slightly more detail, details on the eyes, and then little nose. Draws my cat mouth like I always do. I don't know why. Cat mouth is a way of life, Me circle tooling my eyes. See, so I do something very specific with my eyes. I didn't do it in the sketch, but when I actually go to make the eyeballs, you'll see how I normally do my eyes. But so for just a basic sketch of a head, this is kind of what you need to get started, really. Doesn't have to be super detailed. Obviously, if you have a character design you're working with, you go and do that. Now, however, I'm going to make a couple of adjustments to this real quick. I feel like this could go a little higher, and we could add maybe a bottom lip so that way I can showcase how I do that. Let me yell at my keyboard while it is mean to me for a moment. Can I use the transform tool, please? No? Okay. Clip Studio. Clip Studio, stop being homophobic to me specifically. Thank you. There we go. Oh my god, Clip Studio doesn't want to behave for me today, and I don't know why. There we go. I just wanted to move the mouth up a little bit. Their smug aura mocks me stare. Yeah, listen, I like making little smug cat people. I don't know what anyone wants from me. So we're gonna add like a little lower lip there. Smug Zat. Yeah, listen, permanent cat mouth is a vibe. I don't know what anyone wants from me. So, what I normally start with when I am actually starting out is, and this I think my process like is a little bit different from what most other people do with their cutting and their lining and stuff. I don't like make the full art and then cut it up afterwards. I cut things as I go and make the pieces as I'm drawing. So I sketch everything out first so I know what I want everything to look like. And then I will line over that and base color over each part one at a time. So like once the sketch is done, I'll make the head and I'll color the head. And then I'll make the head and I'll color I'll make the ears and I'll color the ears, things like that. Some people will go through and they'll line the entire thing and line all of the pieces and then add the color afterwards. I've found that makes it very easy to get disorganized. I like making every piece as I go. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by making the head here. So we're going to make new layer, new folder. I'm just going to label this folder head. And what I like to do also is when I make my folder names, this is just an organizational tool for myself. You guys don't have to do this. But when I'm labeling a folder that is like a major grouping of the body rather than like smaller details, like not just an eye, but the head and everything inside of the head, like including the face and stuff, I'll make the folder name in all caps, just so that way it's easier for me to pick out. But so we take that, we turn our symmetry ruler on, and we're just going to take our froggy pencil and we're going to line the head. And I'm going to do this super simply because I'm eepy. Y'all use layers, actively drawing the whole thing on one layer like a coon. Hello, everyone. Hi, Mavis.
How are you?
Yippee.
Fine, thank you.
Oh my god!
I wish I
I
were
were
a
a
bird.
bird.
なんであんた英語喋っとるん
娘がアメリカに行くのです。
Yes, Mocha. Basically hit like head in all caps, then eye, pupil. Yep, exactly like that. This is making me want to do another art class on things like I did before. How dare you, Cass? Listen, I love doing like art class style streams. They're one of my favorite things to do because I enjoy explaining things to people because of the autism. That's that on being autistic. But you know, I don't like how this is shaped. Hang on. Let's make this look nice, Cass. Come on. What is this jawline? What is happening? There, that's a little nicer. That's a little smoother. There's more to this audio? Yeah, that's from like a whole anime episode. I need to bug you with another D&D character idea? Do it. Do it. I did them and then we gave away the models and stuff. Oh, that's all. You know, I remember you doing that. That was fun. That was fun. One moment, chat. I have to yell at my cat. He's trying to climb onto my tablet. Stop, Gage. For the love of God, boy. I may or may not be eating frosting. Mavis, why are you eating frosting? What is happening? What is going on? There we go. That's a little better. But so like once you have the outline, you can kind of choose what you want to do from here. You can either keep outlining all of your pieces like separately and you can do all the line work first. I personally like to go back and forth and do things individually. But so what we're going to do is we're just going to take like a nice base color for the skin and I'm just going to kind of make one real quick. Gage, stop. Get off the desk. The boy has decided he really wants to be a part of stream today. I don't know why. He's like, oh, it's class time. Oh, you're teaching people how to do stuff. Have you considered loving me instead? It's just, that's the vibe for Gage today. I want to convert my new baby into a D&D character, but I know I'll probably have to homebrew. I'm always here for homebrew. Listen, you know I love me some homebrew. Better question is, why are you not eating frosting? Okay, listen, I'm gonna I'm gonna out myself as being not normal. I hate frosting. I think frosting is gross. I don't like frosting. I don't eat cupcakes. I don't like most cakes because of the frosting. I'm so sorry. I'll eat tiramisu, but that's about it. That's about it. I'll do like tiramisu and I'll do like cheesecake and stuff. I don't like frosting. Oh my god, not me and Hazel being the same again. Shaking your hand aggressively, Hazel. Yeah, that was the whole reason you made me brownies and not cupcakes. That's right. I forgot about that. I forgot that's why I got the brownies instead of the cupcakes. Yeah, it is the autism dichotomy, though, for real. For real. Oh, my gosh. But so all you're going to do is to start out with, you're just going to take your head and you're going to leave it like as a flat color. And then I'm going to lower the opacity.
Their hair is made of frosting.
My hair is not made of frosting. What would my hair be made of? Ghost floss. Do I know what ghost floss is? No, but it sounds nice. Can I eat it? Nebula, you eat everything in my house already. You've eaten the wires, you're in my walls. Eat the hair Friday. No! No! Not allowed. But so one of the things that you want to do when you're drawing is just kind of like take your pieces and lower their opacity as you're drawing, just so you can see through them and make sure that you're like, seeing things the way that you need to see them. So the next one we're going to make is the neck, which this is another thing.
Ghost floss is the ghost of frosting.
The ghost of frosting. No! There's a hole in your floorboard that I've been chewing on, like that one cat chewing up cardboard. Stop! No! How can I run my fingers through my friend's hair gaily if it's frosting? See, Hazel's asking the real questions here. Hazel is asking the right questions. The ghost of frosting's past. I'm gonna fucking lose it, y'all. I've missed you people so much. But so the next thing we're gonna do is the neck. So I'm just gonna make a layer on top of my head. I know it sounds weird to put the neck on top of the head. We're gonna move the layer after we draw it.
Vriska also doesn't like frosting, hence Cass's Vriska.
I'm drawing the line at calling me Vriska. I'm drawing a line. Illegal. Also, one moment, I need to blow my nose. Don't you yippee the Vriska Friday! Alright, okay, alright. You menace! You're a menace! You're a menace! Oh, and the crab rave, wow.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Help!
But where are those who share the memory?
What is happening today? What is going on? Is this what happens when I miss stream for a week? Is this what goes on? I only show for the chaos. That's understandable. Have a nice day. All right. Okay. Not me being jump scared by the Zhongli. Osmanthus wine. But so, when you're drawing the neck, you want it to go underneath the head, obviously, but when I draw it, I normally draw it above the head and then, like, place it underneath it after. Emotional damage. Yeah, literally, yeah, my chat when I miss a week of streams. 2 weeks, technically, because I had to leave for a week to go to the convention, and then I got sick. Hi, Angora, thank you. It's good to see you. But so underneath the head, we're going to put the neck, and you have to make sure that the neck overlays with the head. I normally bring it up to about the mouth line, if not a little bit above that, just so that way when the head is moving around, like when I tilt my head back and when I tilt my head forward and side to side like this, you can see it underneath it. You need to make sure that every piece that you have overlays on top of itself a little bit, and all the pieces that go above it and underneath it. So that way when you're moving them around in live 2D, you can actually like see as they're moving, because some pieces will need to show more and less. So we're just going to go ahead and color this in. I don't know if the skin tone is even like remotely correct because I'm not using a color palette, but it's fine. And just remember, as you go, I labeled the head, I'm labeling the neck. I'm also going to do something silly, because I always do it. But every time that I make a neck layer now, it's becoming a running joke, because I saw someone on Twitter doing this, and I thought it was funny. I always go and I draw little boo face. Just little Beauregard face on the underside of the neck, because once that goes underneath the head, no one will ever see it. It's a thing that I've started doing, and it's very silly. I saw someone drawing little like smiley faces on the undersides of the necks on their models once on Twitter, and I was like, that's fantastic. And it's like such a cool little way to just like trademark, like little like mark a model as like, hey, I'm the one who made that. So now every time if you turn the head off, it's just little boo jump scare. Little boo regard jump scare. Me wondering how you're filling that in so easily. It's just the paint bucket tool. I take the paint bucket tool and I put like close gap on the lowest setting and then turn the tolerance up a bit, and then it fills. No head redeemed to force cast to be a ghost. Oh no, everything's gone pear-shaped. I guess you're gonna have to decapitate me. God, what is with chat bringing out the Homestuck in me today? What is happening? But so you just kind of slide that right underneath the head layer, and then I'm actually going to make an in-between layer. So you're going to make a new layer, and you're going to clip this layer to your neck. Now, keep something in mind. Any layer that you have clipped to another layer in either Clip Studio, Photoshop, Paint Tool, Sai, whatever your art program is, when you transfer it into Live 2D, it is not going to be clipped anymore. You will have to re-clip it yourself. So what I like to do is I will obviously clip it when I am drawing it, but when I name the layer, I'm going to name this layer Neck Shade. And then in parentheses, I'm going to write clip to neck in parentheses as the layer name. So the full layer name is literally, I'm going to type it in chat, Neck Shade clip to neck. So that's what the layer is actually named, and it tells me exactly what I need to clip the layer to. And this is great also if you do things like working on commission, where like if you make a model art for someone but you are not rigging the art yourself, and whoever you are making the model for has to go and find a rigger, this lets whoever the rigger is know immediately what they have to clip things to, or if there are any special blend modes or anything that they need the layer on. So that's super important, especially if you're not rigging whatever you're drawing yourself, okay? Glad I'm not the only one who's like clipping in big bold letters. Yeah, I do it for clipping layers, I do it for multiply layers, and I do it for add layers. So anything that needs to be clipped to something, it'll say what to clip it to. If something is meant to be set on a multiply layer, so that way it functions as like a shading layer, which happens a lot like with the actually this layer that we're about to do here, and like things like the neck shade, the hair shade, things like that. Super important. So I'm actually also going to put in parentheses at the end of this plus multiply, because we're going to be setting this layer to a multiply layer. Set this to multiply. I'm actually not going to clip it at first. It's going to be clipped at the end, but I want to make sure I can see what I'm drawing. And what we're going to do is we're just going to make like a shadow here that goes underneath the neck. And what you want to do is you want to make sure that that shadow is able to fill the entire underside of the neck. You want it to be at least a little bit neat, because sometimes when Live 2D tries to like make really rough edges into meshes, it can be very like not optimal. I don't know how else to describe it. If your edges are messy, then your meshes in Live 2D will be messy unless you're doing them custom. And it's easier for us in this avenue to just kind of make it easier for ourselves. So I'm going to make this at least slightly neater than what my textured brush normally does. So then you pop the head back onto that and clip it, and look, there's a little shade for the neck. And what this is going to let us do is, if I transform this, when we go to make the head turn, what I will do is I will also make it so this shade turns with it. So when the head turns, it'll look like this, and it makes the head actually look like it's turning on the neck because the shadow will move. I'm going to turn the opacity down on this a little bit, though. We're going to do like 70%. And I like to do this little thing where I like erase out a little bit. This is just a stylistic thing. Y'all don't have to do this. I'm just being picky. Please ignore everything I'm doing right now. I just like my shadows to look a little bit more like that. Ignore me. I like having little line shadows, although I don't know if I want to do that this way this time. This isn't going to be like a super fully shaded head or anything either, but you know. But so that sets us up with our basic head and our basic neck. One of the other things I also like to make sure I do, and this is just so I'm not like accidentally drawing on the wrong layer. When I am done working on a layer for the moment, I lock that layer. Or at the very least, I put it on an opacity lock, even if I'm not fully locking the layer. It just prevents me from accidentally clicking on the wrong layer and then finding out later, oh god, I drew this entire thing on the wrong thing. It makes it so much easier. So very next thing is going to be the ears. I'm going to draw the ears on one layer and then we're going to split them. A lot of times when you have things like 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 ears, 2 eyes, I like to draw them on the same layer for each piece, and then I will go and I will separate each piece out afterwards just because it's way easier than that way than having to draw them twice. So we're just going to go and make a cute little ear. Nothing too fancy. I'm not going to be super careful about the way that I draw this, just because, like, this is just going to be like a little testing friend. We're gonna have a little fun with them. I am going to color my line art, though, because I hate how my art looks without the lines being colored. It doesn't feel like my art if the lines aren't colored, and it just feels wrong. Y'all ever have something like that where, like, who redeemed Creeper? Thank you for the Creeper redeem, Mavis. But y'all ever get that where, like, there's pieces of your art style that just, like, it doesn't feel like yours unless you're doing certain things? Because that's me all the time. Gage, I see you trying to climb up on the desk right now. Don't do it. He's being such a bastard today, chat. I don't know what his deal is. I love him so, but he is stinky. All right, so that will be good for the ears. So you will now see that the ears kind of stick out like this. So I'm going to put this behind the head, and then we are going to take the symmetry ruler off for a moment and select one of the ears, just copy it, and then delete it. So now this layer only has the right ear on it, and I'm going to name this ear R, paste the other ear in, and label this ear L. So now we have the ears on 2 separate layers. Where's the subathon timer? Okay, Friday. So I talked about this a little bit at the beginning of stream before you came in. Let me save real quick so I don't forget to do that, and then we will talk about that a little bit again. Head. I'm very good at labeling my file names, y'all. So great at labeling my file names. The cat is on the desk now also. Gage is here to say hello to the stream. So we are going to be ending our subathon a little bit prematurely. Because we had technically already reached 0 on the timer, just it had continued to add time to the timer after I was supposed to stop already because it was supposed to cap at 24 hours and then it didn't. In addition to me being sick, I am going to be ending the subathon a little bit early. Everyone's still going to get their rewards. Thank you, Zavira. Everyone's still getting their rewards. We're still going to keep drawing all of our subs and all of that stuff. Just I am recovering from having the flu at the moment and I am not doing so hot. So I don't think I have the energy in me to keep doing the subathon on its own because I'm recovering from being really sick. So But Friday, by the way, you are clearly our winner for the animated screen for the most subs gifted. So I'll be DMing you about your prize and all of that with that fun stuff. So we will be getting to that. Yeah, health takes priority, and I have to focus on my own health a little bit here because I am not doing so hot. I'm doing a lot better now because I took a week to rest, but I'm still on the mend and I'm still very low energy because of it. But so let us continue. So once you have the ears in place, we're going to do something actually that's very, very fun. So I'm going to take, what's the best way for me to illustrate this to you guys? I'm going to take a new layer and I'm going to take like a really bright color at first, just so you guys can see it. We're going to do like a blue. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to brush over on top of the head. There we go. I'm going to brush over on top of the head like this. Oh, Possum's still recovering too. I hope Possum's doing okay. Possum, I know you were watching earlier. If you're still here, I hope you're getting a lot of rest. It was so nice to meet Possum at the con. I was so happy. Literally had me like giggling like an idiot. I was so excited to meet them. So I know this looks really weird right now, but this is going to get clipped to the head like this. And what we're going to do is we're going to set this gradient to being the same color as our skin tone. And we're going to label this as head turn mask ears. So basically, this is not a layer that will always show up. I'm accepting the love, Saphira. Stop hitting me with the ghosts. But this is not a layer that will always show up on your head. But you will notice that sometimes, and actually, I don't actually have it on this model because I didn't think I needed it. I liked it better without it. It depends on what kind of model you're making. But so as your head turns to one side, you can have some of your chin line basically disappear around your ears to make it look like your ears blend more into your face. It's hard to see actually. I think I lied. I do have it on this. Yeah, I do have it on this. It's just hard to see because of my hair, unfortunately. It shows more on my old model, actually, because I did it on my old model. But so basically what will happen is, like, you can kind of do this where, like, as your head turns, it can fade out this part. It's a very fun little toggle. Toggle. I was reading the word doggo from Saphira's message. Oh my goodness. This is how you know I'm sick, y'all. But it's a really fun little additional thing that you can do that when you're rigging makes it just like more convincing that you're turning your head. But so that's it for like all the base stuff really for the head and neck. When it comes to like simple things, obviously you would go in and you would fully shade this. I am not doing that because this is just a test model. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to turn the neck off and then I'm going to lower the opacity on the head real quick. And the ears, because actually, honestly, we don't even need the ears right now. Earless Baldy. And I'm going to make a new folder called the eyes. And we are going to do, the way that I split up eyes is pretty simple, honestly. You just kind of have to think about like what parts move. And we're going to draw each of the eyes together. So the left and the right eyes are all going to have their parts on the same layers initially. And then we're going to split them so it's the left eye and the right eye afterwards. Who needs ears? Hearing is overrated. Correct. Me, who is actively hard of hearing. Yes. Tago, I can't listen. I lose my ability to speak even when I'm not sick. When I'm sick, my brain cell gone. I am illiterate. I am not able to speak. I am not able to do anything. But so the eye is broken down to a couple of basic parts. It's broken down to the lid, We're going to ignore that the symmetry ruler is on. It's broken down to the upper eyelid. Ignore that I spelled that wrong. Lower eyelid. Why do I keep forgetting the E at the end of eye? Good lord. Eyeball.
Cassick means ghost is free to roam the kitchen.
No ghosts roaming the kitchen. And the sclera. Those are the basic parts. You also have little extra things like these. So I have those two little mini lashes. I even have them on my current model. And those are all separate pieces as well. And your eyeball also will have extra parts in it, but we will get to that. So let's start with something nice and simple. We're going to do a nice little upper eyelid here. I'm keeping this relatively simple and we're not going to do a ton of detail on it just because, like, this is just a sample model for people to kind of learn off of. So we're not going to do any crazy shading or things like that, but I am going to be explaining the process and why we break things up the way we do. If your model has any additional eyelashes on its lid, like if you have any of like these little things sticking off on your model, I highly recommend making these their own layer and just having them overlay on top of the actual eyelid, because those will need to change direction as the eye closes when you're rigging. Watching this reminds me that I need to work on my model. Everyone needs to work on their model. I still want to work on this model. There's things I want to rework and change on this model because I'm a perfectionist and I can't stop working on anything ever. One moment while I blow my nose. The flu is going to be the death of me, y'all. So I'm going to sharpen this up a little bit here. So we'll label this upper eyelid, and I haven't split it yet, so it's not going to get split into left and right yet. But then we have same thing, it's the lower eyelid, and this is just this little line. Lower eyelid. I'm sickly myself, so I'll lurk, but will be listening still. Yes, thank you so much for the lurk, Saphira. I appreciate you. Yes, go eat. Make sure you're getting food and water and all that good stuff. Have your cranberry juice. And then we're going to do little mini lashes. Oh, I turned off my, my drawing arm. How dare you? Get back here. So we're going to have lower lash 1, and then lower lash 2. And so both of the lower lashes, like, this one is on one layer, this one is on another layer. Don't put them together. When in doubt, when you're making something, when in doubt, more parts is better than less parts. For the most part. For the most part. I gotta go for a bit, but have a great stream. I love you, Hazel. Thank you so much for stopping by, my dear. I appreciate you. But so make sure that you are separating things into as many pieces as you can, basically, within reason. Like, if there are two different segments, you want them to be two different pieces. You don't want to have to mess around with something and be like, oh shit, this is connected to that, so I can't edit them separately. So this is lower lash 2. And then we're going to make the scleras real quick. The scleras, I just kind of like trace around like this a little bit and kind of smooth that out. Fill this with white. Bring this all the way down so it's below everything. And not everyone does this. I like to like blur my
Also,
Excuse
I
me, where my
legit
sclera
didn't
is
mean
lit.
to win the subathon. I just wanted to do funny joke and beat Party Possum and the other person fighting for first place cause I was off my ADHD meds and was like, hey, goblin time.
Well, Friday, you most certainly did win the prize for the top gifter at the subathon, so thank you for that. So I like to blur the edges of my eye whites. I don't know why. This is just a thing I like to do. You don't have to do this. This might not fit anyone else's style. This is just a me thing. I like it when they look soft. Make sure it's not like peeking out at all from underneath the bottom of the eyelashes there. Talking subathon, what was the total amount? 306, I think? 306? Something? I have it written down. Hang on, I can go check. We can find out. We wrote it down because we're very smart, and by we I mean my mods are very smart, and I am not actually. $311 because B wrote it down. So for the scleras, all you need to do is put it below all of the other eye layers, and this is where we get to start doing something fun. So eyeballs. Turn everything off, and we're going to make a nightmare for a moment. Look at this. This is what you see when you have a sleep paralysis demon. I'm glad you like watching me draw a bee. Well, you picked the mod, so you're smart by extension. I am smart by proxy, but I myself am not smart. Listen, we're all very aware that I'm the resident thembo. It's fine. So, for the eyeballs, you're just going to take whatever you normally use to make your eyeballs, you do you. When I do my eyes in any sort of style, I normally do them on an airbrush. And you want to make sure you draw the whole eyeball. Do not cut it off. Like, don't cut it off where the eyelid is here. Make sure it's like the full circle. I know that sounds weird and it's going to look really weird at first, but I promise it's going to make sense. I don't like the way I drew that. That's too tilted. What am I doing? That's better. I've got you on the big TV. Hi, big TV. I'm on the big screen. I get to feel special. But so you take this and you draw both of them like they're little eggs. Do not cut it off. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. And then you're just going to clip it to your sclera layer. And you're going to name this eyeball clip to sclera. Just like this, and I'll put that in the chat. So when you clip it to the sclera, what that makes it do is it means it cannot exist outside of where your scleras are. So that way, when you're like moving your eyes around, it will never clip outside of that, and you don't have to worry about it bleeding out of it. And then we're going to change this, and we're just going to make them a nice color. I'm feeling purple today, so we're going to make them like a pretty purple color, because fuck it, I make the rules. So then you end up with something like this, and it's some nice looking eyes. Using multiple layers, that's boring. Just use one layer and mess up everything. No! You need it to be on multiple layers for live today. Oh my god, could you imagine could you imagine you go up to a rigger and you're like, hi, I would like you to rig this for me. And it's the most beautiful art you've ever seen. And it's on one layer when they get it. I would cry. I think I would have a mental breakdown. I would actually lose it. Don't do that to your artists. Don't do that. They deserve better. Your artists and your riggers deserve better, please. Yeah, I would simply die. I would simply cease to exist, Mavis. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna like lower eyelid. I brush some of the color onto my stuff. You guys don't have to worry about this. This is all just like shading in my process and stuff. I like to brush on little bits of color onto the top lashes and stuff. I just heard a door open and I'm the only one who's supposed to be in the house right now. I swear to God, if maintenance comes in without giving me notice again, I'm gonna lose it, chat. This has been like a running problem in my house recently. I might like legitimately be going to my apartment and getting my apartment in trouble because they keep letting maintenance into my house without them giving me 24 hours notice. And if that's
Just
maintenance in
me,
my house
don't
right
worry.
now, it's gonna be hell to pay. I swear to God. It's just me, don't worry. Thank you, Beauregard. So we got some little details on there. Mom Gora says hi, and the pupper is very confused by the giant head on the screen. Oh no! Hi, Mom Gora. Give the pupper some love from me, Angora. I love the puppy. You know, I don't know what's going on with my apartment complex recently. They're being real shady, and I don't appreciate it. This has never been a problem before now. I don't know why. What are they maintaining? Nothing, because they never fix anything either. But so that's the basics for most of the eyes. What we're going to do now is I'm just going to add the lids to the top of them. Oh my god, the ears. Get out of here. Get out of here. We don't need you in this household yet. So take this and just kind of lid. When you're doing shading, by the way, on the lid, I do just want to point this out. So I like to put the lid down below the eyes. So that way, below the eyes, there we go. So that way, when we're moving them, they can kind of come behind it if need be. And when you're, that way if there's shading on top of this, because like, I'll just show this as an example. So like the eyelids normally have some kind of shading on them. Like, you know, you kind of do this whole vibe. Maintaining these nuts, God damn it. Nebula, you might be a mod in my Discord server. You are not immune from me banning you from my chat. /J. I'll cry. No, come back, please. Oh, God. So, what I mean by this is, so you want to make it so the shading, I know this is very rough. Obviously, when you actually shade it, you make it look much nicer than this, but you want to make it so it can move behind the eyes. That way, when you go to close your eyes, it can show more, and when you have your eyes open, it can show less. But I'm not shading this right now, so we're not going to do that. Fine, but only because you're pretty. Oh my god. The babies are fighting in my chat. Consider it. Nebula is both pretty and handsome. Imagine if you said that and your mods banned me. Mod B could ban you with a click of a button, Nebula. He could do it. He could do it right now. All right, so that's the basics for the eyes. I do want to talk a little bit about the pieces of the eyeball, though, because this is something that's very important, and it will sell your head turn so much more the more you split up the eyeball. I know that sounds weird, but so eyeballs do this fun little effect called a parallax effect. My cat is doing some bullshit again. Gage, stop. My god, what he got used to me not streaming for 2 weeks. Now he's like, I get to cause chaos because Cass is live. So eyes do something called a parallax effect. I can probably show this if I zoom in on my model a little bit. Hi, we're gonna get very close. We're gonna get a little intimate here. Hello. Hi, how's it going? So you can kind of see it on my eye. When I turn my head, the highlights and also my
that's
pupil
true. Chaos shall rise
differently.
once again.
But my highlights on my eyes and my pupil move differently. It's something called a parallax effect. Basically what it means is that things at the front of the eye, like my highlights, will move faster. So they'll have a greater distance over less time when I turn my head, and the things in the back of the eye, like my pupil, will move slower. So what you want to do is, let me get myself back into position here. Hello. We're back where we belong now. Yeah, if only the zoom feature worked. I know. Of course OBS decides to break everything because I made the mistake of updating it right before stream. It's definitely not my fault. I don't know what you mean. I blame OBS. So we'll go to the eyeballs and we'll make a new layer, and we're going to clip this layer to the eyeballs. So we're going to name this pupil, and then in parentheses, clip to eyeball I can't type for shit today. I keep accidentally hitting the caps lock button. What is wrong with me? Like this. And I'm just going to take a slightly darker shade of purple. And we're just going to do like a little circle. Or actually, not even a little circle. I like to make my pupils fun shapes. Like mine are normally stars. Is that symmetrical? Not even fucking remotely, but it's fine. Like that. And so when your head turns, this is going to move at like a different rate than the rest of your eyeball. I'm actually going to readjust this a little bit. We're going to like... I just want it to move lower, Clip Studio. Can we maybe like keep it that way? Thank you. So that's the pupil. And then you're going to want your highlights on a separate layer. Depending on how many highlights you have in your eye, like a lot of people will do like one big one up here, one little one down here. Some people put like highlights over the top of their lashes as well. They'll do like this. Looks directly at Hazel. But so you want your highlights to all be on different layers so that way you can move them independently from one another. So I'm going to do like... nice big one. I also, I tend to like blend out my highlights as well. And what I do is I actually duplicate them, and then I'm going to make this. The eyes are purple, so I'm going to make like a really nice bright blue. Fill this and set it to an add layer. And this just makes the eye have like this cool little glow around it. You can see just barely that there's like a little bluish tint around the edges of it. I like it when it looks like that. And then we set this to an add layer because I like it to be that way. It just adds a little bit of like saturation to the edges so it doesn't look all like, I don't know, grayed out, I guess is the best way to put it. I need you to beat me up again. I started instinctively watching Bizarre Deaths videos while eating. Nebula, we've talked about this. Also, you'll notice that the highlights are not the same on both eyes for me right now because I'm stupid and my blur tool doesn't actually, like, do what it's supposed to do when the symmetry ruler is on. I need to fix that at some point. There we go. But so that's going to be... I always call them eyelights. So eyelight 1... clip to sclera. I can't type. So that's eyelight 1. And then we'll do same thing down here. That's a little too blurred. I don't know. I try not to like blur them too much. I need to also make sure that that's actually like blurred in its entirety. There we go. That's better. Same thing, copy and paste it, and then I'm gonna fill the secondary layer with a color because I think it makes it look nice. There we go. And then highlight 2. Accidentally activating all my toggles because I'm typing. Clip to sclera. And the reason we want this clipped to the sclera and not the eyeball, by the way, is you want the highlights to show on top of the sclera. You don't want them to just clip to the eyeball. They'll actually look very weird if you just clip them to the eyeballs, because they will essentially fade out and you won't be able to see them once you've shaded the sclera. You want your eyes to like have the nice reflective look, so you want the highlight to be pure white over the shadow of the sclera once you add it in. I'm gonna fix this guy up real quick because he didn't get blurred. Make sure that that's actually blurred the way it's supposed to be. It's not. Here, you know what? Let me turn the sclera off for just a sec so I can see what the hell I'm doing. There, that's better. Heading into lurk mode because I kind of need to speedrun the current Honkai event. Yeah, have fun playing Honkai, Hans. I hope you enjoy. So those are kind of like the basic highlights that I do. I also do a bunch of like little additional highlights normally on a lot of my practice models and like on a lot of the models that I make. So like if the eye is purple, I think honestly, the eye might be like the one thing that we actually shade and render on this, just because I want to be able to show you guys the process for rigging an eye. And a lot of rigging eyes is like heavy detail work, which is very dependent on how many parts of the eye you have and what kind of shading you have on it. So we're going to add like... We'll do like... Can I have like a nice bright pink maybe? I like to put these little shine balls into my eyes when I'm shading them. Gonna lurk about while I get cozy? Yeah, go get cozy. Thanks for stopping by. So I'm keeping all of these little sparkles on the same layer for now. We might split these up in Live 2D because you can split things up individually once it's in Live 2D. I would recommend doing these all on separate layers yourself. However, I am lazy and I know what I'm doing, so I'm not going to at the moment. Yeah, have a good lurk, Nebula. So on top of all of that, we are also going to be doing a little bit of shading on the eye, since I want this to actually show what we're doing. So I'm going to turn all the stuff above that off. And we're going to unclip the eyeball real quick. And I'm going to show y'all what we do when we shade the eye. So I'm going to make a new layer on top of this eyeball, and I'm just going to go in on a multiply layer because that's how I shade my eyes normally. And I normally shade my eyes primarily with an airbrush because I like them to appear super soft. So I'm going to go around the edge a little bit with a darker purple here. Make a little reflective light on top. Merge those two layers. And that's like almost a decent base for the most basic kind of eye. And then we're going to take a nice pink color on an add layer. That's not the right brush. And I'm just going to kind of create some like loose highlight shapes in the eye. So this is kind of like a very generic base for what you can do for an eyeball for a Live 2D model. And when we clip it and add all of our stuff on top of it, starts looking something a little like that. I am also going to change the pupil to a multiply layer, so the pupil is actually dark enough to stand out. We're going to change this back to 100% opacity. So what we're now going to do is we're going to go to the sclera layer. I'm going to make a new layer on top of the sclera. You're going to set it to multiply, and then you're going to name it sclera shade multiply. Like that. This is going to get clipped to the sclera also, so actually I lied, add another note on the layer saying clip to sclera. Hey there, belly button. So I lied. It's like this. And you are just going to take this and you are going to go ahead and add a little bit of shading on top of the sclera. I normally do this in like a bluish, purplish gray tone. And I normally set this to about 50% opacity. And the reason I do this specifically on a separate layer is so that way when you look down and when you look up specifically, the shading on your eyelids should kind of move up and down just a little bit, not a lot, but it helps sell that your eye is actually turning, because your eyelashes and your eyelid, when you're turning your face down, will cast more of a shadow on your eyeball because your eyeball is pointed down. So that's a good extra part to have, just so that way when you're turning your head up and down, it can move with it. And I wanna like define that a little bit more, actually. Hang on. Just like a little bit more. There we go. That's a little better. So we turn the head back on, and this is kind of what you end up with for the eyes. It's pretty simple. Obviously, like this is a very simplistic example. When I do like actual eye models for finished models, they're a lot more detailed than this, but these are like the basic parts that you can break it down into. So let's go and add, now that we're done with the eyes, some brows actually. We're gonna do new folder, brows, then new layer, and I'm just gonna label that brows also. Thank you for the head pats. And I'm doing like very simplistic brows. I'm a huge fan of brows with like slits in them and stuff. So a lot of times when I'm drawing them, we will do fancy stuff like that, but we're going to keep it nice and simple right now for ease of access sake. Always with the symmetry ruler on, unless you don't want them to be symmetrical. Oop, I don't have the right eraser tool equipped. Hello. Equipped? Is this Dungeons and Dragons cast? No. That's gonna be my new turn of phrase for when I click the wrong brush. It's I equipped the wrong brush. Also, yeah, no, Saphira, that's a big mood. As someone with a lot of comfort foods, same. BRB, blowing my nose.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Zhongli, why? So why are we doing just a head? So this is going to be an example head that I'm going to be teaching and showing people how to break down and rig in Live 2D. It's going to be for learning purposes, belly button. So I like to do little things with my eyebrows because I'm gay and I don't know what anyone wants from me. I like to just kind of like... I like to add like little lines and stuff in the eyebrows. This is just a thing that I've always done. I don't know. It makes it look more realistic, but in a very stylized way, because that's how I like to draw them. And then I also add a little bit of the flesh tone, normally the line tone for the flesh, just on the inner corner of the eyebrows. So then you end up with something a little bit like this. Isn't that a pretty face? It's already a very pretty face. And obviously, when you're going through and doing this, you'll be adding shading to all these layers. And I might talk a little bit about how I go about doing shading for Live 2D as well, because sometimes it's best to merge the shading with the layer that you're shading on, and sometimes it's not. And we're going to talk about what to do and what not to do and the reasons why as well. So for example, one of the layers that I like to keep separate when I am shading is the blush layer for any face. So we're going to go to the head layer, and we're going to go click on the layer on top of that. And then you are going to go and clip it to the head and put it on a multiply layer. Thank you for the save redeem. I will save right now. But so new layer right above the head on a multiply layer. And I'm going to turn the opacity on the eyes down for this. We're going to take like a nice light peachy color and we're just going to airbrush on some blush. Oop, that's on the wrong layer, Cass. You are on the head, not on the multiply layer. There we go. We're just going to airbrush on some blush. If you've got the head turn mask, you also want this to be above the head turn mask. And I know this is way too dark right now for blush, but like, hear me out. I like to make it too dark at first so that way I can see it and make sure it's blended properly first. Also, make sure that like every once in a while, if you have a layer that is clipped to something, when you are working on it, unclip it so that way you can like see that it looks right even when it's not clipped. Because since these parts are going to be moving, you have to make sure you know what the entire part looks like, even if it's clipped to something, because it's going to move around and you might see different pieces of it that you don't see when it's facing front. Yeah, so we're gonna adjust the blush layer. I was about to say, yeah, no, I always start off with my blush being like way too dark, and then I just lighten it. It's just easier to see because I want to make sure the blush is in the right shape. So we're gonna do like about there. That's like a nice little blush. One of the things I want to say, and this is something I see a lot of beginner live 2D artists make mistakes on, is when they make the blush, they will do it with the eyes completely on. And so when they turn the eyes off, instead of looking all nice and soft like this, they'll have like a big harsh line right where the eyes cut off. Don't do that. You don't want to have that big harsh line there, because when your eyes open wider or when they close, it's going to look different. Yeah, it's a very abrupt cut. You want it to fade out. Otherwise, it's going to look weird as your eyes are moving around, and you're going to see little bits of that like hard line, and it's not going to look right. So then you're just going to label this line blush, multiply, clip to head, plus ears. Because you want to make sure the blush is clipped to the ears as well. So you'll notice here, I can't do this in Clip Studio, but when you do it in Live 2D, you'll be able to do it. It doesn't clip onto the ears properly here because Clip Studio only lets you clip to one layer at a time. But in Live 2D, you can clip to multiple layers. So this will be able to show up on the ears like this and on the head at the same time. So that's kind of like your basic little blush. So that's an example of a shading layer that can be separated from your base piece of your head. This is very useful for when you want things like toggles, which is a really fun thing that you can do. So like you can make yourself blush and you can turn it on and off. This goes for the same thing like tears, like my little creepy face like this, because obviously this shading and the little glow in my eyes are all on a separate layer. All sorts of things like that. Those all should be on separate layers from your base head layer. Same thing goes for like the shading of my bangs on my face. That is on a separate layer from my face, so that way it can move with physics. But like things like having general shading on the head, like we'll do a little bit. I wasn't going to do shading on this, but we'll do a little bit so I can show you guys what I mean. Multiply. But if you have like little bits of general shading, this is way too dark. Stop it. Hang on. Let me find a color I like. It's also a little too orangey for my taste. There we go. So like if you do little general pieces of shading like that, like, or like even around this area here, I have this on the wrong layer. There we go. Like things like this where there are little general bits of shading that don't actually need to move at all, those can all get put onto your base head layer. Because they don't actually need to move. They're just going to move with the head. They don't need to show depth or anything like that. So I'm going to take this and I'm just going to go ahead and merge it with the head and also with the head turn mask, so that way it shows up properly. Also, hi Wild, how's it going? Long time no see. It's good to see you, my friend. So, we're gonna get on to one of the more difficult parts of the head, which is the fucking mouth. If any of you remember me rigging my own model on stream, you will remember how much I hate live 2D mouths. They're awful, I hate them, they're the worst part of rigging. It's gonna be okay though, I will explain it to all of you. I'm eating your colors, hand them over. No, my colors, I'm keeping them. Stinky. One moment while I blow my nose again, sorry, I'm all phlegmy right now. I just want to be better, y'all. I just want to not be sick. Why is that so hard, huh? Why is that so hard? Yeah, that's fair. In a weird way, it is good to be phlegmy. Like, not to be super gross about this or anything, but like, you know when you start finally getting better from being sick and like, it just feels like it's coming out of everywhere, you know? Like, not to be too graphic about that or anything, but that's the stage that I'm at, which means I know I'm starting to get better, but it also sucks. So we're going to turn the opacity down on the head again. And we're going to look at our weird like Mickey Mouse ass ears. So we're going to label this mouth. The mouth probably has the most parts out of the face. Other than maybe the eyes, and even then I think the mouth has more parts. So I'm gonna very quickly kind of illustrate off to the side what parts I do for the mouth. So this is like our little base mouth here. So we have the upper lip line, and then we have right underneath it, we have lower lip line. So those two lines end up making the lines of the mouth. So when my mouth is closed, I'll put my hand over my mouth so you can't see my mouth moving. It'll look like this on my model. And what this is this is the upper lip line is what's showing. The lower lip line is beneath it, making the same shape. But when my mouth is open, you can see the lower lip line. And the lower lip line is what forms the lower part of your mouth when it's open. I like to draw my mouths open by default. Some people, when they do live 2D rigging, are insane /J, and they do it and they draw their mouths closed. I think it's way easier to draw the mouth open when you are doing something for rigging, because then it lets it be symmetrical while it is open, and you don't have to worry about making it symmetrical yourself in live 2D. That's just my way of thinking about it. If you want to draw it closed to start with, you can do that. I personally wouldn't recommend it though, because I think it's way easier to do it while it's open. In addition to the two lip lines, you will also need 2 skin layers, which I know sounds terrifying. There's a joke between me and Mod B, because Mod B got to watch me rig this model. But when I was doing my mouth, what was it? God damn it. B, if you're in the chat, remind me. I think it was like, I'm ripping my skin or something. It was something really gross. Yeah, it was something dumb and gross. But I kept having trouble with my mouth at one point because it was like breaking in certain pieces as I was rigging it, and I had to restart it at one point. And I was like, B, my skin is ripping. Help. And it was very dumb. But so the skin layer essentially is like, there's one here that goes like this. So then we have like upper lip. Yeah, ripping my skin, you know, skin. And then it's the same thing, kind of goes like this. These go underneath the lip line. I know I'm drawing them over the lip line, but they technically go underneath it. Lower lip skin. Please ignore my very awful handwriting. So these pieces of lip skin, both of them, will prevent the inside of your mouth from being seen outside of where your mouth line is. They exist specifically to make it so you can open your mouth. So that's kind of the basis for like the outside of the mouth. You can also do things like you'll see like here we have a little lip line, and you can do like lip shading and stuff as well as a separate layer. And we might add like some lipstick just so I can showcase what that's like. We'll see. But that's the basics for like the outside of the mouth. The inside of the mouth pieces are as follows. And you can split these up more or less. It depends on what your art style is, honestly, and it also depends on how many pieces you want it to have and how intricately you want your mouth to be able to move. For example, for anyone who is familiar with things like V-Bridger, V-Bridger mouths are normally better off with more parts. I've seen people do them with less parts as well, but you can do some really awesome, crazy stuff with V-Bridger if you break your mouth down into like individual pieces. But what I normally do is I will do like... I'm not used to doing this without a symmetry ruler on. Top teeth. Bottom teeth. Front. And then I will do... bottom teeth, back, and left and right. So these are two different pieces. And so these are like your back molars and stuff. This is like the entire front row of your bottom teeth. This is the entire front row of your top teeth. You can also do like additional little pieces in the back if you want. I normally, with the way that my head turns, I don't really think I need that for the top teeth though. V-Burger, it's called V-Bridger, V-B-R-I-D-G-E-R. It's a motion tracking software that a lot of VTubers use to track their faces more accurately. It also has much more accurate mouth tracking in it than the default VTube Studio. It's just an additional program that a lot of VTubers use, and you can rig your model differently to be compatible with V-Bridger if you would like. So it's just a way to make your model more advanced, basically. So that's what you need for the teeth, and obviously, like, you know, your teeth are white. You color them white. We're gonna draw all of this over here much more nicely in a second. So that's it for the teeth. I do also normally have a layer for a tongue, which is just kind of like a little heart shape. And then after that, you need either 1 or 2 more layers. It depends on what you're doing. I had to step away briefly. I'm definitely going to have to watch the VOD. It's okay, Possum. I'm going to go... We're just, like, sketching this off to the side so people understand the different parts before I actually draw it onto the model. You have not missed me actually drawing the mouth parts, and I'm going to re-explain them as I go. I just kind of wanted to break it down for people so they could understand. But so that's it for, like, the basic parts of the inner mouth, except you do need 2 very large parts towards the back, or it can be 1 or 2 parts. Normally, I literally just make it like a darker red color. It's normally a little darker than that. This like little blob of dark red flesh is just the inner mouth. And this sits behind everything else. So all this is like when I go, ah, see how the back of my mouth is red? I can zoom in on my model. Hello, we're here again now. Hi. Ah. You can see that there's obviously a back to my mouth. That's what that is. And now, in addition to that, This is an optional layer. You don't need this, but I think that it sells the 3D effect when you're turning your head, when your mouth is open, is you take an even darker color than your inner mouth, and you just make it like, it's basically like a heart-shaped, but like it's more rounded at the bottom, so kind of like, almost like an apple, like that. And it's just called the throat layer. So that's basically how I choose to break down my mouths. And obviously, like, there's lips and stuff like that that you can add on top of it as well for additional detail. But that's the basic part of it. So let's actually draw that. And I can show you guys what that looks like on a finished model. Or a more finished model. So we'll start with the upper lip line. All that is we just kind of make a little smiley face. Upper lip line. Do that. Then we'll do the lower lip line. And very specifically, when I do the lower lip line, what I like to do is I like to make it as if I'm doing this face. Like, when I have my face like this, that's the default shape of the lower lip line. So it creates like the colon capital D face, the big smiley face. Oh yeah, there's a ton of stuff that goes into making live 2D models. It is a process and a half. I'll resize this a little bit. Always make sure your stuff is as centered as you can get it. There we go. So that's the lower lip line. Once I have the lower lip lines in place, I normally make the skin layers that go beneath the upper and lower lip lines. So we're going to take the skin tone, and I'm just going to make a rough kind of shape that goes like this. And we're just going to kind of trace it around the lower lip line first and fill it in. Thank you for the save notification. I will do that momentarily, Saphira. Make sure that your lower lip line, or your lower lip skin, I mean, doesn't come up and cover the inside of your mouth. Also, you don't want any of this touching this inside space here. So this is the lower lip skin. And for the skin layers specifically, this is something that I learned over the course of making my new model. I personally like, because it has to blend in with the rest of your head, and you want to make sure that it blends in with the rest of your shading as well. Taking the outer line of your lip skins and blurring them, just so that way, even if they have to move and cover a piece of shading, it's not just going to clip off the end of the shading. It'll actually like blend in with it, and it won't like be intrusive or anything at all. So we blend that out, and then we label that lower lip skin, and then we're going to make another one and do upper lip skin. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm going to do my save real quick. Yippee! Yippee! If you have something to drink with us, please let me know what you're having a sip of in chat, and take a drink with me, y'all. I'm drinking a matcha latte because I'm bougie. Not from Starbucks, though. And make sure y'all are staying hydrated. So, upper lip skin. Upper lip skin just kind of comes up like this. And it's the same color as whatever your skin tone is. And then we're just going to kind of blend that out. Make sure it has full opacity going all the way around the bottom of the lip. Otherwise, you're going to get little pieces of the inside of your throat showing, and that's not good. So, welcome to Nightmare Fuel. When we turn the head on, we get this on. We get this now. So this is starting to look a little bit more like an actual head. So now for the inside pieces, I like to leave the lips on just a little. I normally turn the skin off just so that way I don't have to worry about seeing it. And we're going to go ahead and make the upper teeth. So something to think about Your teeth are really wide. I feel like a lot of people draw the upper teeth way too small in the mouth. A lot of people will cut them off like here, and they don't have anything happening over here, and it looks like they're missing like a whole row of their teeth. So when you draw the teeth, make sure that they like actually come out all the way to the edge of the mouth, you know? You don't want to draw them too small. That's not nightmare. See, I feel like this looks like a genetic experiment gone wrong. When everything's at half opacity and you can see the ears flapping out from behind the head, I feel like that it looks very silly. So we're going to go in, get rid of the upper and lower lip line real quick so I can color this in white. Teeth, upper. And something I've gotten into the habit of doing is, like, I like to take, like, little pink marks. Like, probably same color-ish as your tongue, basically. And I like to just kind of, like, right on the top, define the gums just a little bit. You don't have to do this. This is just, like, a my style thing. This is a very silly face now. But so that's the teeth upper. And you're going to put that below all of your lip skins. So this way, when the upper lip and the lower lip are turned on, you can see it kind of covers it, and it just makes it look like you're smiling. And then we're going to do the exact same thing for the lower teeth as well. So take this, and we're just going to kind of keep in mind also the curve of the mouth. You don't want to, like, draw your teeth curving the wrong way. I highly recommend looking at references of what mouths look like, just somebody with their mouth open, so you can see the way the teeth lay, the way the teeth curve. It's very, very important. Oop, I have my skins on. Hang on. Turn that off so we can see, please. Rude to me. Here, I'm gonna actually... So, same thing on here. Lower teeth. And this is something we're going to talk about a lot more when we rig the mouth. However, something that you should keep in mind just in general, you do not move your upper teeth ever when you are rigging. Don't move them. Don't touch them. Don't move them up and down. That's not how faces work. So the way your face works is your jaw is on a hinge, basically. It connects right up, like if you put your hands right next to where the bottom of your ears are, you can feel your jaw moving when you open your mouth. Only the bottom half of your mouth is moving when you are talking. The top half of your mouth is stationary because it's connected to the rest of your skull. It's not part of the hinge. So when you move your teeth, when your mouth opens and closes when you're rigging, it should move like this. It does not move like this. Which is also why it's very important to keep your teeth on separate layers. By the way, I never thanked you for your kind words about the photo I posted on Discord. Oh, I'm so glad. I just like making people happy. I'm stinky and gay, and I like making people smile. That's my secret. I'm a big softie. Me looking at the teeth, rah, rah, rah. Nora says, listen. I rah, 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 rah. I rah, rah. That's me. That's me whenever I rig mouths. But so then once that's all put together, we start getting something that looks quite a bit more like an actual mouth. And all we have to do now is make all of the, like, inner pieces. There is something happening there. What the hell? Hang on. What is happening right there? Why does that have little black marks on it? What the hell? Hang on. What happened? What did we do? Get out of there. Away with you. So, we're gonna go and make the back teeth now. Let's go and turn off all of our skin. Terrifying. Turn. Hello, Eva. Thank you so much for the resub. Or no, it's a first sub. Never mind. Or no, it says it's a 7-month streak. Twitch, why are you lying to me? My Twitch on my OBS came up and said that was a normal sub. That's a lie. But thank you so much for the resub, Eva. Basque Fiend. All right, so bottom teeth. We have to do the back layer of them. I'm going to turn the upper teeth off. I need to be able to see into the damn mouth for this. So we're going to turn the bottom and top lip line on. I'm going to leave them on like a partial opacity so I can see what the hell I'm drawing. I'm going to draw this in front of the bottom teeth. It actually goes behind the front row of the bottom teeth, but it's easier for me to see that way. So it's just kind of like drawing your molars, and you got to draw them like curving in a little bit. And then draw the tops of the teeth. We're just going to color all of that in. I like to color in the back teeth like a slightly darker color, so that way you can see that they're in shadow. And then what I'll do is, because this is like this, we're going to take this and we're going to color this like that. And then we'll add little just like a little bit of highlighting around the sides. So that's called lower teeth back or lower back teeth. And then you slide that right behind here. And so what this lets you do is when you take your lower teeth and your back teeth, I don't know if I can accurately show this in Clip Studio. I might have to wait until we're in Live 2D. But what you can do is you can kind of like make it turn like this when the mouth is turning. This isn't a very good example of it because I can't do it quite right in Live 2D, or in Clip Studio, I mean. You have to do it in Live 2D, but you can move the back teeth kind of back and forth like this to show that the mouth angle is changing. And that's why you want that back row in there. I took the biggest nap I have in a while, but I'm here. I'm glad you got to take a nap. Everyone deserves naps. I love naps. Naps are what keep me alive. Like, I mean that so legitimately. So, next layer we need. We're going to draw it on top of the teeth. It technically goes behind the teeth. Blep. Little tongue. Actually, I think I want it to be bigger than that. Hang on. Yeah, a little more like that. I draw my tongues as like kind of like a rounded out heart shape. They're still a little bit pointed, but not super much. And obviously, like, if you have like a split tongue, you can draw it split or whatever. Cass took a nap while on call with me yesterday, and it caused me to nap with them for a little. Wait, you napped with me? I don't remember you telling me that. I just remember passing the hell out. This is a thing, by the way. I sleep on call with my friends a lot. I'm so not even joking about that. I fell asleep in call with Momo and a bunch of people from the Lunar Court server the other day, too. Totally by accident, by the way. Oh my god, Gene Simmons, I love your work. Belly button, oh my god. Tongue. Oh yeah, that's right, my phone died. Yeah, I fell asleep on call with B so bad that my entire phone went dead. I'm so good at being a person, guys. I'm so great at it, y'all. So this just gets labeled tongue. Just gets labeled tongue. And then the tongue gets slid behind all of the teeth, so that way when the teeth are on, it sits in the mouth kind of like this. I'm going to adjust the size of it a little bit, though. I'm going to kind of lean this down. Also, why are my upper teeth behind that? Upper teeth go in front of everything. I think I made the upper teeth a little too big, so we're gonna size those down a little bit. A little more like that. Don't be afraid, by the way, when you're drawing, because, like, normally I have all of this, like, completely sketched out, and it's, like, a much cleaner process, because, like, you spend a lot of time making finished live 2D models. Like, this set's a little more like that as well. I like the tongue to come in front of the back set of teeth, though, so, like, it slides in front of those. I'm gonna make this a little wider. So that way it sets in the mouth properly. I haven't listened to Kiss in a really, really long time. I remember you saying that you didn't like emo music, and I still take personal offense to that because I'm a giant emo kid. So listen, we have a G Note redeem on my stream. Of course I'm an emo kid. So we've got all of that set up, and then we just need to make the really big piece for the inner mouth. So important thing about the inner mouth, you want to make sure that it never comes outside of, damn it, it never comes outside of the lip skin, because you want to make sure the lip skin covers all of it. So we might have to adjust the lip skin layer a little bit after this. So just make I want it to be a little more saturated. There we go. So now if I turn the head layer on, I'm sure, yeah, you can see how it kind of cuts in a little bit there. So we're going to have to adjust our lip skin layers a little bit. So this gets labeled even, inner mouth. And I'm just going to go and bring out the lip skins real quick so that way they actually cover this properly. Get out of here. Get out of here. Or wait, that's the wrong layer. Hang on. Upper lip skin, not lower lip skin. You gotta make sure that it's not visible at all. Wait, that G-Note blended really well with the music. Hold on, listen. We got the lo-fi vibes today because I'm kind of low energy today. I wasn't really in the mood for our usual like Vocaloid and vibe. But so once it's all put together, check it out. You've got a fucking mouth. And this will be able to be fully articulated in Live 2D and be able to be fully openable and closable. There are extra things you can add. For example, you can literally take the tongue layer and duplicate it. And you can put the tongue, the second tongue basically, on top of the lower and upper teeth. Or I guess it would be on top of the lower teeth. It wouldn't be on top of the upper teeth. So you can do this. Or not even, it would be on top of the lower lip and the lower lip skin too. This way. And if you duplicate it like this, you can make a toggle to have your tongue out. Like, where is it? Here. Which I know looks super weird because obviously I have two tongues now, but you would make it a toggle so that way it only shows when your mouth is closed, basically. But we're just doing basic stuff, so we're not going to worry about that. So aside from that, we have to go and do the nose now. I do my noses a little bit differently than a lot of people do because it's very stylistically dependent. So if you draw like a certain style of nose, I'll make a new folder for this. Nose folder. So like if you draw your noses like this, where it's just the simple little line, my method of noses probably won't really work for you because I draw my noses a lot more detailed than that. But like you can literally just do like a little line like that and then maybe like a little highlight layer on top of it. Like that is a perfectly acceptable nose layer. That's just not how I personally draw noses, so we're not going to do it that way. The way I draw noses is I draw them bigger because I like detail. So I create a new layer for the nose and we're going to call it nose line. So this is just the line for the nostrils basically. And You can do this on a separate layer if you want. I don't normally do this little marking that I do on a lot of my like illustrations on live 2D models, just because I feel like it looks weird in motion. These little like scratch marks that I do for the bridge of the nose, I don't normally include them. But so you just do nose line for the nostrils. You're going to create a multiply layer that goes on top of the nose line, and you're going to name it nose shade clip to head plus lip skin, and then multiply. So it's going to be named like this. And you're just going to do a little bit of shading on the underside of the nose. And the reason you're doing this all on separate layers is so you can warp the shape of it when the head is turning. Gonna make that come up a little bit. So then when you turn the head back on, it's gonna look like this. Oop, that's the wrong layer, Cass. Accidentally erases the head hole into nowhere. So a little bit of nose shading there. Nothing super duper special. And then you're going to make a third layer on top of that called nose highlight clip to head plus add layer. So it looks like that. And then you're going to take, for me, it's going to be like a dark yellow color, like a brownish yellow. And we're just going to do a little dot here. Oh, I need to set this. If you're doing this inside of a folder, by the way, it's going to show up as a dark yellow at first. It's not supposed to be. Go to the folder that the layer is in and make sure that the layer blending mode is set to through. Otherwise, it'll not appear as the right color because it's in a different folder from the head layer. This is what it's supposed to look like. And you just kind of bring it up a little bit. And then we're going to blend it out. Cass being a silly little goofball. Listen, I don't claim to have the brain cell. Y'all know this. We all know. We've been new. So you do that, and then it's got the nose having a little highlight on it. And the multiply layer actually shows up properly also, because I didn't even notice that it wasn't showing up right. I'm adjusting the color of that a little bit. Yeah, so then we have a nice little nose. And so the reason why I split my noses into 3 different layers when I am doing this is so you can warp the nose to kind of move from side to side. You can see it actually when I move my head. I'll zoom in on my model a little bit so you guys can see what I mean. Hello, we're very close now. So you can see I've got my own nose, my little shading. As I turn my nose, the highlight is really what sells it. The highlight and then the nose line and the shading all warp to kind of face whatever direction I am facing. It's a very subtle change, but it makes it so you can see the nose turning. Can I ask what you used to blur the eyes when you shaded them earlier? I missed that. Oh yeah. So which part of the eyes are you talking about, Mavis? I will run it through for you. Are you talking about what I used to blur like the highlights, or what like what I was doing when I shaded the actual eyeball? Feel free to ask questions. I am always open to answering questions if I can. The eye whites and the shading, I'm trying to experiment. So for the eye whites, all I do is I use the blend tool on blur. For like when I'm shading out like this little area right here. Although I just realized I didn't do that on this side because it doesn't do it automatically on the symmetry ruler for some stupid reason. Let me fix that. Where is the sclera? Get this shit out of my house. There we go. So, I just kind of blend that with the blur tool very lightly. On tools, you need to enable snapping. Wait, how do you do that? Hang on. Tools. Where is enable snapping? Oh my god. Mavis, if you teach me how to fix this right now, I will smooch you on the forehead, because I hate that it doesn't do this. Where is enable snapping? Because it literally, it drives me insane. Hi, DQ. Because that, like, legitimately, it's my least favorite thing about this damn blur tool is that it doesn't do that. It's under correction. Thank you. Enable snapping. Oh my god, Mavis, I love you. Hold on, let me... So wait, does that mean that if I do this... This is gonna look weird for a minute. It blurs it on both sides. Oh my god, Mavis, I love you. You get one forehead smooch. Alright, so, for shading the eyes, I do everything with the default fucking airbrush tool. So, like, when I shade the eyes... I'm just gonna make a new layer over here real quick. So we'll do some nice green eyes this time. How about that? Here, let me make a white base also. Hang on. Pretend that's a sclera. So when I'm making the eyes, I take the default airbrush tool and I make the eyeball, and it's just like a little circle. Then I make a multiply layer on top of that and I clip it to the little circle that has the green part on it. Not the white part, but the green part. And I will take it and I will take a darker color, normally like a cooler toned color as well. So if it's green, I'll do like a teal or a blue color. And then I will take, oops, not that brush. I'll take that same airbrush and just kind of go around the outside. And then I will go across the top a bit as well. And then I will take the eraser and erase out just a little bit. I want to make sure that it doesn't go like fully to the base color, just so it looks like it has a little bit of reflective light. And I will then take another layer, same thing, clipped to the same green layer. This time I'll do a warmer color for the highlights. So I'll take, since it's green, I'll go a little more towards the yellow. And we'll just add some little like highlights around it. And then like I can do additional layers on multiply or what have you for like the pupil or like additional shading if I want it to have like little patterns and shit in it. Like, but yeah, eyeball. And sometimes, like, if I'm doing a super detailed eye, what I'll do is after I get to this point, I like how this looks because it's nice and soft. But I do like to go in with a harder brush on a separate layer, and this will all get merged into the base eye later. And I do like to do, like... That's still on the airbrush cache. Come on, stop it. So I'll take my Froggy pencil, because that's the line art brush that I use. And we can go through and, like... You can just add little, like, markings and things like that to it. You can even go in with, like, a hard brush around the outside edge if you want. So, like, it depends on what kind of look you want your eyes to have, you know? But it's like a really quick and easy way to make your eyes look nice. And you can just keep adding more detail. Like I can go back onto an add layer. And let's say that I want to have like some wild blue fucking dots in my eye and make it look all sparkly and shit. We can like... We can do that. And then I can do like another layer on top of that. And I'm just going to kind of go over those, and then we're going to blur them a little bit so that way they're a little softer looking and glowy. And we can do the same thing with the yellow too. I like to try to make sure that the eyes are not perfectly symmetrical inside, because I feel like a, this is like art chaos theory, basically. But when things are perfectly symmetrical, like perfectly symmetrical, they can be a little uncanny valley. So like you'll notice there's still one blue dot here, one blue dot here, a couple of yellow dots here, a couple of yellow dots here, but like these are not the exact same blue dot and they're in slightly different positions, and there's 2 yellow dots and 3 yellow dots here. Adding that little bit of like randomness, even if it appears outwardly still very symmetrical, will help it feel more natural, because in life and in nature, things are not normally perfect. There is not a lot of perfect symmetry that will happen in nature. So keeping that in mind when you're doing like little details and stuff, even if you do have the symmetry ruler on, is very important to think about, and also something to think about when you're designing characters too. Nature doesn't make symmetrical things very often, not really. Even if it's roughly symmetrical, it's not going to be exactly the same. Even your own face is not symmetrical. If you look at yourself in the mirror, or if you take out your phone and you do that little TikTok trend where like it splits your face in half and it lets you view what your face would look like when it's symmetrical from either half of your face, they look very different. You just don't notice because on the outside you are mostly symmetrical. So it's just something to keep in mind when you're shading eyes. But that's generally how I do my eyes. And then for the shading on the sclera, we just kind of like, we go on top of the sclera with a like blue gray color-ish on a multiply layer, and we clip it to the sclera, and we just kind of take the airbrush and do a little quick once-over pass like that. And that's how you draw an eye. That's how I do my eyeballs. So I hope that helped, Mavis. What is this? Okay, then we can get rid of all of these layers. Goodbye. Hey Penguin, how's it going? I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, so that's the basics for most of the face. We have a good starting point now for most of the face. So let's see what else we got here. I'm trying to debate whether or not I want to do hair or not on this, or whether that's too much. We could do like a simple hairstyle or something on it. I don't like the tongue. I know that sounds really weird. The tongue is the wrong color. I'm looking at it and going, that's really desaturated, actually. One sec. I'm being a perfectionist. That's better. Oh, actually, I know one thing I forgot. So right at the beginning, I showed you guys... No. We'll see. We might leave her bald. Definitely do hair? Okay. The thing is, I kind of want to do hair just so that way I can talk about my process with rigging hair when we get into live 2D. And that way I can show you guys like what the hair physics and stuff that I do are like. But so what we're going to do is I'm going to show y'all another little trick similar to something we did before. So I showed you guys this little head mask layer before that goes right next to the ears. You can actually create a second one. So just take another layer clipped to the head, and I'm going to make it a bright color at first so you can see what I'm doing. It's going to go just like that. And then same thing as before, you're going to make it your skin tone color. And you're going to clip it to the head. So what this is for, I also didn't do this on this model either. I absolutely could add it in post. Like we could go back and add it. But so when you turn your head up and down, you might have this show up as you turn your head up, basically. So when the head goes upwards, show like a little example here. So like a normal head, that's not black. A normal head will look kind of like
So basically
egg-shaped.
calling yourself a barber. I'm not going to shop then. I don't want to lose my penguin beard.
I'm coming for your beard. It's mine now. So when your head is in the front view and it's just facing directly forward. This is very poorly drawn, but it's fine. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll do that in just a sec. When your head is facing perfectly forward, you can see your jawline here. But when you tilt your head up, your head will do this. This is your neck. And you can kind of see the underside of your chin when you look up, you know? And then, you know, your eyes go up here. Your ears come down a little bit. Looking upwards. So because you can see your chin, you'll see more of the neck shade a little bit. And it'll be more like that. And that's how you can tell that someone is looking up. But obviously that changes the shape of your jaw. Having this little layer here that we have, that is the, where did it go? Here it is. That's this clipping mask, will let you do that. So that way when you turn your head up, you can do that yourself. So we're going to name this chin clip mask, and then in parentheses, clip to head. And I will paste that into chat so you guys can see what I name it. You can obviously name it whatever you like. This is just my personal method of organizing things. Do you play Minecraft? Sometimes. I've been playing it with friends a lot recently. It's been very fun. We've been playing on like a modded server, which is super fun. I like playing with magic mods like Ars Nouveau. I like being able to shoot magic out of my hands in Minecraft. I'd love to see Splatoon characters in your style. I would love to draw Splatoon characters. King, help! King Dracan, please. No, I'll die. Don't do this to me. Some things occurred. Some things occurred in the Lunar Court server last night that I am viscerally remembering right now. But anyway, we had a hydrate redeem while I was explaining all of that. So if you have something to drink with us, please take a sip, babes, and let me know what you're drinking in the chat. Anything non-alcoholic counts. I'm going to take another sip of my now very cold matcha latte. You said chin and I had to. God damn it. King. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna take a quick second to blow my nose real quick. Sorry, still recovering from the flu. Hello, I'm alive now. But so this chin clip mask and the head turn mask are optional. You're not going to see them all the time. Very specifically, you're not going to see them when they're facing forward. So that's the head. The hydrate sounds like a water bottle for Minecraft. Yeah, I wanted the hydrate. The hydrate sounds like you're either drinking or eating something in Minecraft. I want to add like an eating sound where it's like get a snack. Where like maybe if anyone feels like donating like $5 or whatever, it'll be like I have to go and like DoorDash myself a snack or something. Yeah, I had the flu last week, Penguin. I'm recovering from the flu, unfortunately. So I'm still all stuffed up. I apologize if my voice sounds a little weird this week. So new layer folder on top of everything we've made already. It's going to still be inside of the head folder, though. And I'm going to call this hair bangs because when we're doing hair on a model, it gets split into a couple of pieces. What color do we want to make the hair on this? I don't know what color I want to make the hair. Not the sonic rings. Actually, hey, I have a dumb question. Is that fixed? Can you hear the sound again? Green? We could do green hair. I could do it. We could do purple and green. We could absolutely do purple and green, but just silly question. I'm sorry. This just the sonic rings reminded me. When those rings hit me, could you hear the rings hitting me? Please tell me. Yup, we could hear it. Oh my god, it fixed itself. I didn't even touch anything. During the subathon, for some reason, the sound of the rings hitting me would not work, and I don't know why. I didn't touch anything. I didn't change anything. All of the other sounds on all of the other TTS, or all the other tits redeems for throwing stuff at me worked. But that one wouldn't, and I don't know why, and it just fixed itself without me doing anything. I don't... So scuffed it fixed itself. Yeah, I didn't touch anything. Fucking love Sonic getting a Sonic tattoo one day. Oh my god, good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I am also a huge Sonic fan, so that's very good. So alright, we'll do green hair. I'm gonna do a little bit of sketching on top of this actually first, so that way I can figure out what the hell kind of hairstyle I'm drawing, because I didn't sketch that. So I'm gonna take a layer and I'm just gonna fill it all with gray. This is how I sketch over stuff that I've already drawn. I just make a layer over top of everything and make it the sketch, like the background color, and I set it to like 75% opacity and I can draw over it that way. So we're just gonna do like really simple hair. We'll do like... I don't want to do this. Am I doing this with a symmetry ruler on? No. That would probably be smart of me, huh? Because I want these to kind of like match up shape-wise. Turn the symmetry ruler off for that. So I'm just making like very rough, basic hairstyle. See, I don't even know if I like that hair shape is the only thing, though. I don't like the head top of that. Pale-ish, ooh. Getting 3 gaming tattoos, actually. Sonic, Luigi, and Dalsim? I don't know if I know that third character. Who's Dalsim? There we go. That's a little better. And clean up the bottom a little bit too. All right, so that's going to kind of be like the basic shape of the hair that we're drawing. So then on top of that, I'll show you guys how to split up the hair. So I'm going to be doing the bangs first. Dalsim is the Street Fighter series. Wait, hold on. I love Street Fighter. What? Why do I not recognize this? Hang on. Dalsim. Oh, this guy. Okay, that's why. I never played this character. That's why. Okay, I do know who you're talking about. Yeah. The one who spits fire. Yeah. You know, I grew up being a huge Street Fighter kid, so I was like, hold on, no, I have to know who this character is. I grew up playing these games. So, when you're doing the front of a headpiece for hair, I like to keep a couple things in mind. First of all, always break up your bangs into multiple parts. You want to make sure that when you're doing this, you can have it so you can have physics on your hair, which means every couple of like big strands of hair needs to be a separate piece so they can all move and look like they're being windswept, kind of like how my hair is. You can see my hair kind of schmoving back and forth when I turn my head. So first piece is going to be this piece right here. BRB food delivery is on the way. Fax me a snacky, for I'm hungry. So this is going to kind of be our first piece. And you'll notice that, like, I'm only lining pieces of it. I'm not going to, like, go all the way up and around here. So we're doing, hold on, we're doing purple and green. I still want to make this look nice. I don't know what kind of green I want to do. We could do like a nice minty green. That might be nice. Oop, hello. Thank you, Clip Studio. 1 second. Turn the head off. That can help? No? Okay. Clip Studio, stop being mean to me. Thank you. When was the last time you ate and what was it? Right before stream, I went and I got a little breakfast sandwich and I got a nice latte for myself from a local coffee place. So I ate like 2 hours ago. I'm good. And we have plenty of food in the house too, so if I need to eat more, I can. I also am a sucker for coloring my line art on the inside, so we're going to color the inner line here. So this gets labeled Bang L1. Because it's on the left-hand side. When we go to split up the eyes, which I know I haven't done yet, but we'll do that towards the end. When we go to split up the eyes, they're going to get labeled L and R for all of the pieces. When you do that, that's just denoting left and right, because you need to be able to have everything split up in left and right. Because all of that stuff gets rigged separately. So turn this layer off. And then we're going to go and we're going to do the same thing for the next strand. Banging bangs, perhaps listen. I'm going to come up and around like that. Fill that in. Oh, actually, something I'm skipping right now that's actually very important for my particular style, actually, is I like to take where it's going to blend in with the inner part of the hair here. I like to blend that out a little bit. Like that. So that way, as the hair moves, if there's any like harsh pieces, it doesn't actually look super, super harsh as the hair is moving. So we're going to label this Bang L2. This is going to go underneath Bang L1. I'm going to fix Bang L1 so that way it does the thing that I just said. This is mostly so for like when you're shading and stuff. If your shading overlaps with a piece that's not shaded, it blends in together and it doesn't look super harsh. But when it's put together, you can see it just kind of blends in because it's all the same color. And then we just kind of keep going across. And I think I'm going to make these last two connected together because they are kind of part of the same piece, basically. I don't know if I even like that last piece there. Hang on. Do I really need that last piece? I don't really think I even do. Hang on. I'm going to change this a little bit. Cass, remember to learn how to draw a curved line. Thank you. There we go. That's a little better. Still not totally perfect, but y'all get the idea. Go ahead and color this one in as well. And this is Bang L3. Goes beneath the other two. Now, I'm realizing that the second bang I drew, I did like a slightly smaller line art brush. Hang on, I'm fixing that. That's gonna irk the hell out of me if I don't fix it. A little bit more like that. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to blend this Petus out a bit. I totally didn't fall asleep for a few minutes there. EP Mod B. Very EPB. So you end up with something like this. And this is all meant to be like incredibly simplistic and all that. Hey there, John's Game. How's it going? So we did that, and then we're going to go ahead and do the exact same thing basically on the other side. I keep clicking on the wrong brush. There we go. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm recovering from being sick, so I'm admittedly a little bit more low energy today, but we're doing a good thing today. We're doing some practice stuff, so that way I can teach other people how to rig live 2D models and all of that. It's very fun. So we're going to take this and connect it up. Same way as we did the other side. Turn all this off so I can see. I get extra eepy when cold. No, big same though, B. I get so sleepy when I'm cold. I have a blanket wrapped around me right now, just so I don't get super sleepy just from being cold. I have my big, like, comforter duvet wrapped around me right now. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Why is there a lo-fi version of Just the Way You Are on here? What the hell? This is interesting. Kind of lightly color in my line art there. So this one is Bang L, or no, Bang R. I can tell left from right. 1. And then this next set are going to be symmetrical, so I'm going to go grab the symmetry ruler from when we were using that on the head, wherever the hell it went. Where did the symmetry ruler go? Oh no, I think I deleted the symmetry ruler. Okay, that's fine. I'll remake it. Let's see. Can I turn my head back on, please? Symmetry ruler needs to go right here. We can turn the head back off for a little bit. Who is this cutie you're making? This is just a random character. I did not plan out what I wanted Baldy to look like. I was just like, we're gonna figure out what colors and stuff I'm using as I go, because I'm just using this as like an example piece. I thought about drawing it like the human Morgana for a little bit, but then I was like, but if I do it as human Morgana, then I'm just gonna want to make an entire model. And I was like, I don't have time for that right now. That's not what we're doing right now. So I had to dissuade myself from making Human Morgana because I was like, I thought about it for a bit and I was like, that is a much larger project than what you can currently allot time for, Cass. Please don't do that. So we got these two fringe pieces here. These are going to be separate layers momentarily, but I'm drawing them together just because I want them to be symmetrical. Just gotta fill them in like this. Blend out the edge right here. And merge that down. Back, would you like me to fax the Southern Biscuits and Gravy sandwich? What? The side of blackened chicken Alfredo or a tropical energy herbal tea drink? Yo, fax me the fucking Southern Biscuits and Gravy sandwich. Oh my god, Aoife, that sounds so good. What the hell? So this I normally just label front, fringe, and then L or R because it's the left and right. So I'm going to take this and turn the symmetry ruler off. So separate them. So we got left and right. So this side is R. This side is L. Turn all your other hair layers on, and then we're going to move these into place. These go below everything else. Yeah, a sandwich of biscuits and gravy. That sounds so, like, I want to eat that. I know my zoom is broken right now, so I can't zoom my face in. But I want to eat that. I'm second guessing these two longer front pieces here. I wanted to include these pieces because, like, I wanted to have a little bit of longer hair, so that way I could show how to do the physics for it and stuff, but I feel like, I don't know, I don't like it. Listen, I'm a big fan of femmes with soft, short hair, so, like, don't look at me. I have a type. A sandwich of biscuits and gravy? Belly button, have you ever had biscuits and gravy? Do you know what biscuits and gravy is? Because, like, I don't know. I think that sounds great. It's probably like a sandwich where the bread is the biscuit, and then it's got, like, the sausage and gravy sauce in it. Would be my guess. That's what I would guess that is. We're gonna adjust this, I think, a little bit. I don't know what I want to do for this, because I'm not digging what that does to the face shape on the sketch. I like this. Never had them in a sandwich. See, I think that would be really good. I think that sounds dope as hell, actually. Part of me likes them with the shorter fringe in front. I don't know. You know, we're going to keep it with the shorter fringe in front for right now. I don't like the longer piece. I think it looks stupid. It's fine. So, that's it for the front bangs. So now when I turn the head on, get rid of that. So now they have bangs. And you will notice that obviously the top of the head is showing through, and it will continue to show through even when we add the back hair. And I will show you guys how to fix that in just a little bit here. So for right now, let's go ahead and make the back of the hair. Now, the back of the hair should probably be split up into more than one piece. Sometimes when it's something that I am rigging, I will do it in one piece because I can do it in one piece in my style because I've done it before. However, if I'm ever making a model for other people, like if I know they're not going to be going to me for their rigging, if they're going to somebody else for rigging a model, I always make sure that I split the back piece up into at least 3-ish pieces, if not more than that, normally more than that. But it depends on what the hairstyle is. So, the back piece of your hair is like, me turn the sketch on. It's this whole line that goes all the way around the back of your head. So you're going to want to at least split that in half and then split these little pieces off into different pieces so that way they can all have physics of their own. So what we're going to do is we are going to take our sketch and move it out of that layer. And we are going to turn off this like this. And we're going to turn off our bangs completely. And we're going to make a new folder called Hair Back. And we're going to go in and kind of do the same process that we did with the front bangs on the back of the hair. So I'm going to take that. You're going to see me flicking the hair on and off just so that way I can grab the colors from it, because I'm lazy and didn't feel like making a color palette for this. So I'm just going to take that and it's going to turn into one big piece here. You want to make sure that these are like kind of big chunky pieces as well, because you want to make sure they all overlap each other. And then just like before, we're going to take this and blur this a little bit. Just right around the edge layer here. I love that shade of green. It's a nice like minty green. I like it too. Listen, okay, so I'm a huge sucker for green and purple together because I'm gay. My favorite color is like the blurple color, like that kind of periwinkly color that everyone argues whether or not it's blue or purple. And my girlfriend Morgan's favorite color is green. So I always associate her with green and me with purple. And because of that, I like putting those two colors next to each other because I'm gay and I love my girlfriend. So, you know, just silly gay things. Give me 1 second. I'm going to blow my nose again. Okay, that one hurt a little bit, actually. Ow. All right. I'm better now. Yeah, purple and green is also just like a really good color combination. So that's hair back R1. And then we're going to go and do hair back R2. My favorite color is gold. Understandable. So this is like really weird. I like the color yellow a lot. However, asterisks. Not the stupid bright piss color yellow. I like soft yellow, like sunset yellow, you know? It's also a good color. Like, I feel like yellow gets, like, a really bad rap sometimes. Because when people associate it with colors, they're like, oh, but yellow is the color of piss. No! Fuck you. Yellow is the color of so many pretty things. Like, you got, like, daffodils and sunsets and all sorts of pretty things. Yellow's a good color. It's not my favorite, but it's a good color. Yeah, like sunflower yellow. Yeah. I think people should be nicer to the color yellow. Send tweet. Hair back L2 or no, L1. I can fucking read. I can read and type. Turn this off. Actually, the rest of this I'm probably going to make symmetrical, so let me go and grab the symmetry ruler that I absolutely just deleted again. Oopsie. There it is. Because these pieces can all be symmetrical. I'm only outlining these all the way around, by the way, because I'm gonna draw over them so they're not later. I think one day I want an outfit based off my grandparents, something sporty, because that's what my grandpa and I used to watch together. Oh, and like a sunflower crown to remember my grandma. That's so cute, Aoife. I love that. That's very sweet. As someone who also loved their grandparents very much, like, I can relate to that, like, heavily. I'm just going to kind of neaten that up a little bit. And same thing, just kind of go and blur the edges just a little bit so that way they blend together properly. This is going to go underneath the other two. And that one needs to get adjusted. Oh, actually, thinking about it, that doesn't need to be like that because we did that separately. This is already done. There we go. They aren't quite symmetrical. I have a Sleeping Beauty tattoo partly because it reminds me of my grandmother. Oh, I love Sleeping Beauty. Out of all of like the original Disney princesses, like the OG ones, not any of the newer generations Disney stuff, Sleeping Beauty was always my favorite. I have an entire D&D character based on Sleeping Beauty, if that means anything. Like, literally a whole ass D&D character based on Sleeping Beauty. So this is hair L2, or not hair L2, hair back L2. I keep accidentally activating my toggles. It's still my #1 favorite ever. That's fair. I don't know what my favorite is anymore. I don't know. So then this does need to be symmetrical. We're going to do the last two. I'm tempted to do it as one piece, but it really realistically should be more than one piece. So for the sake of learning, we're going to do it as more than one. Turn this off. How do you combine Sleeping Beauty with D&D? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. You see, you take Aurora and you give her a gun. No, so I have a character named Briar Verdenbloom, who is a Ruby OC, actually. That is part of a Ruby-themed D&D game. Ruby, for those who don't know, is a TV show from Rooster Teeth that I really enjoy, and one of my lovely friends named Tubi, who comes into chat very often, who I love very, very, very much, ran an amazing Ruby-themed D&D game. And a lot of the Ruby characters are based off of fairy tales. So when I was picking a fairy tale or a piece of folklore or a story essentially to base my character off of, I picked Sleeping Beauty because Sleeping Beauty is one of my favorites. And I made a whole character that was based around it and turned her into a D&D character. She was a paladin who got like sleep-based powers and all sorts of fun stuff, and had she was raised by 3 moms who adopted her. They were based on 3 fairies, and her birth mother actually was based on Maleficent. And she was like a major villain in the campaign. It was very cool. So we're going to do this piece like this. Yeah. By the way, in me saying you take Sleeping Beauty and you give her a gun, all of the characters in Ruby have weapons that have like a melee form and then a ranged form. And most of the ranged forms are also a gun.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Yes. But she's honestly like one of my favorite D&D characters of all time. I love Briar. Briar's so good. She's my favorite little shit. I love her. So this is going to be hair back R and L3. We're going to separate this real quick. Make sure this is all layered properly. It looks like it is. Mostly. There is something funky happening in there. What layer is doing that? It's you. Away with you. Don't know how that happened. Away. Oh, it's because of the blur. That's why. Hang on. There we go. That's better. No inspiration for the Angelina Jolie Maleficent. Not for that character. Although I will say, listen, this is an unpopular opinion. I know that a lot of people hated that movie. It was not a good movie. However, I liked the concept of what they did with Maleficent in that movie. I just don't think it was executed particularly well. So I have like mixed feelings on the Maleficent movie where like on the one hand, I think the concept was super cool. On the other hand, I think sometimes we should just allow people to be evil. Like I think we should allow characters in media to be evil. Yeah, like that was my thing, Evil. Like I really enjoyed that, like, very true to form in the original story also, Maleficent had a reason to be angry. Like, I've seen, like, people post on Tumblr and stuff about this, too, that, like, the law of the land at the time when the story of Sleeping Beauty would have been happening, to not be invited to the kind of event that Aurora's, like, birth party was. I can't remember if it was her birthday or if it was, like, a christening or whatever event that was. Like, I loved the idea of, like, yeah, Maleficent had a right to be pissed. Like, she had a right to be pissed off. She had a right to, like, you know, be angry about it. And, like, you know, obviously what she did about it was a super overstep of everything that she could have done. Like, so, you know, she's still very evil, but, like, I liked that they tried to, like, in the new movie, in the live action movie, give her motivations. And, like, I liked that it was, you know, she got massively hurt by the king. I thought all of that was super cool. I thought that the idea of her, like, starting out being super spiteful towards Aurora and just not being able to bring herself to kill a literal child who she does know is innocent and all of this was super interesting. I just thought the acting was kind of mid. Like, the acting for a lot of the characters was kind of mid. I do think that Diavel, though, the guy who played Diavel in those movies, sold those movies. Oh my god, I loved the interactions between Diavel and Maleficent in those movies. So, like, I have mixed feelings about it. I feel like it was a really cool concept that could have been executed better. And, like, I watch it often, so, like, you can tell that I do definitely enjoy it enough to watch it. Also, I'm gonna swap off of the lo-fi that we're on and go to a different lo-fi, because I want more lo-fi. I feel like I've heard that one song a bunch of times already. But yeah, like, what was it a life-changing movie? No. Does it have to be? Nah. It was good. It did what it wanted to do. It didn't do what it wanted to do spectacularly. There were things that I think could have definitely been better about it, but it did its job, you know? Where is my symmetry ruler? I have one more layer to do on the back of the hair. So this is, I'm actually going to break this up into less pieces than it probably should be. Or I guess it'll be two pieces, I guess. Yeah, the animated movie was life-changing. I loved the animated movie as a kid. Oh my goodness. Wait, is there a live-action Tangled? Is that a thing? I never heard of that. I know there's a TV show of Tangled that's, like, really good, apparently. I've heard the music from it, but I've never actually watched the show. That didn't transfer over to the other side. Why didn't that? They announced one, if I'm not mistaken. Really? That sounds interesting. I would be willing to give that a watch, potentially. If for they better do Mother Gothel justice. Like, I swear to God, if they don't put some super famous, really amazing evil actress in the role of Mother Gothel, I will lose my mind. Because Mother Gothel is one of the best Disney villains. You can fight me on this. Mother Knows Best changed my brain chemistry. I've never found a song that reminded me of my own mother more. Listen, like, I know I like to joke about my upbringing on here, but, like, I'm not joking. My mother used to sing that song at me like it was a joke. Like, she thought it was funny. Just to give you an idea. Like... Yeah, it does have some really, like, nasty undertones that can't be removed. That is very true. Like, we should be very mindful of, like, some of the stuff that we watch that, like, unfortunately, because of the origins of some of these stories, like, and because of, like, the depictions of some of the people in some of the original stories in these, like, you know, you've got to be very aware of those things. Like, for example, I absolutely enjoy a lot of the story themes in stories like Peter Pan, but we all know that there are depictions in Peter Pan that are not fucking okay. Like, absolutely not. Yeah, it's so bad. It's literally so bad. So this is hair back L4. This is hair back R4. So you just kind of go through and you put all of those pieces together, and it's going to form just like a little outer shell of the hair, and we're going to make the middle piece in a second. I'm going to do one more piece that's going to be symmetrical right in the center here, just so that way it closes itself off. I finished my eye studies. Holy shit, they came out wild. You should show me them. I want to see them, Mavis. Yeah, share. I don't want to do this. I don't want to... That seems too short. So I'm just going to do, like, a little piece in back. This isn't really even going to be seen because there's going to be a neck piece there, but it's fine. You still want it to be there just so that way when the hair is moving, you can, you know, move it around and see it moving. You know, the thing is, like, that's the thing with a lot of Disney movies. Disney is, quite frankly, I'm not going to say tone deaf, because quite frankly, I don't think it is tone deaf. I think they are very aware of what they do in a lot of their movies, quite frankly. And, like, I know it with a lot of their older movies, it was like an of the times thing. Like, it was not recognized as being incredibly racist, but it still was. And even in present day Disney movies, like, they choose to continue to perpetuate those stereotypes instead of removing them when they remake them. So I think that we should be a little more critical of Disney, because Disney could fucking do better, actually. Like, I will openly say that I enjoy a lot of forms of Disney media, because, you know, we all grew up on that stuff. But at the same point, fucking do better, you know? Yeah, it is definitely best to boycott them right now, especially with everything going on. Please boycott Disney if you can. They are actively supporting genocide currently in the world, and I know that this is a little serious for what our normal streams are, but we should support the people of Palestine, and we should not support the people of Israel, because they are hurting the people of Palestine. They are genociding the people of Palestine. So, you know, fucking keep that in mind, and please make sure that you are boycotting the people that deserve to be boycotted. Hair back middle. I'm gonna name that last piece hair back middle bottom, which I know is a horrible name, but, like, it gets the point across. You are correct. Yes, it's the Israeli military to blame, not the innocent civilians, obviously. Absolutely. Yeah, war is awful. I really hope that the people in Palestine are doing okay. But so, let's move this hair back behind the head where it belongs. So, when we turn the bangs on now, we end up with something like this. And you'll notice that they kind of have, like, the friar haircut going on, like the priest haircut where they're bald on top. I'm going to show y'all how to fix that now. So, what we can do is we're going to turn the bangs off for just a moment. And we're going to go to the head layer, and we're going to make a new layer that is clipped to the head, and we're going to call it hairline. I might have to, edit this part to be a little wider here so that doesn't show like that, but we'll do that in a moment. You're going to put your symmetry ruler back on, which I need to find real quick. One sec. What did I do with the symmetry ruler? There it is. And we're going to take this and we're going to create an actual hairline of the hair color. To turn my bangs on because I know that's not aligned properly. Let's find where the... like this. And you're clipping this to the head just so that way it covers the part of the head that needs to be covered. I'm going to go ahead and make this come down like this a little bit. And we're going to clean this up a little. And you just want to make sure that it does not ever come below where the part of your hair is. So, before you get friar bald, after you get this. This is still showing a little bit right on the edge there. Let me... Oh, it's because it's only on 98% opacity. Haha, that's why. So, hairline... clip to head is the name of this layer. And then you end up with this cute little face. And now this is very basic, but this is essentially ready to rig now. Obviously, you would go through and you would shade all of this and you would make it look all nice and make any editations that you want to make. Like I'm admittedly not super stoked about this one bang piece on the end here. Where is it? This guy, I don't know, I don't like him, but it's fine. For a sample piece, he's fine. So I'm going to show you guys a couple of tips and tricks now to make this even more dynamic when you go to rig it, actually. Kind of like how we did with some of the head pieces, like all the masking layers and things like that. So step one is going to be, you're going to take each and every single one of your bangs and you're going to duplicate them, actually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the hairbang folder and I'm just going to copy and paste it on top of itself. And then you're going to go and you're going to go into all of these layers. And you are going to take them, and I'm going to make them into this color, because I say so. This will make sense in just a moment, I pinky promise. You're going to take this, and you're going to put it below the actual hairbang layer. And I'm going to transform the entire folder now. And kind of move it down and squish it a little bit. And we're just going to kind of transform it a little bit to start with. I don't want the part to show, so we're going to kind of stretch that upwards a bit. And then you're going to set it to multiply. And you can adjust the color from here if you like. Like this is a little bit too orangey for me, so I'm going to make this a little more pink toned. Also, thank you for the lurk, Aoife. And I'm going to take my eraser on like a low opacity, and I'm going to erase out the bottoms a little bit. just so that way they get a little lighter toned at the bottom. And then I'm going to transform this a little more. I want this to kind of like come in on the sides a little. And you can kind of like move this around and play with it a little bit. So once you have it kind of like that, you're going to take this folder that you just made of all of the copies that are the shading layer now for the bangs. And we're just going to move them down on top of the head. And we're going to clip it to the head, and you will clip it also to the ears when you're in Live 2D. So change the name of this folder. Right now it says Hairbangs Copy for me, but you can change it to Hairbangs Shade Clip to Head plus Ears. And that gives you a shading layer that you can then have move along with your hair when you are rigging. I'm very tempted to go and shade this hair because I shaded a little bit of the rest of this, and it feels weird to have the hair not shaded. I don't know. What do you guys think? It feels weird to me. I don't know. Are you doing a tutorial cast? Yeah, we're doing a little run through of how I go about rigging and setting up for rigging all of the heads for my Live 2D models. So this is just a really simplistic example. And I'm hoping that what I can do is I can take this and like break down the layers in like both images and maybe like some short form video content for things like YouTube and stuff afterwards. So that way you guys can go back and rewatch it if you need to. And you can like take a look at it and use it to help you guys if you're interested in learning things like Live 2D. Is it okay if I DM you the eye studies? Yeah, Mavis, absolutely you can. I want to see. Shading would be helpful? Yeah, no problem. All right, let's do it. So I have this random extra layer here. What the hell? Get out of here. All right, so I shade my hair like super simplistically normally. So I'm going to take, it's a green color, so we're going to take like a tealish color to shade with. I'm not going to do anything super fancy. I'm just going to be doing like multiply layers that are clipped on top of the shading. These are going to get merged down. So anytime you see me shading the hair, that it is going to get merged down onto whatever hair layer I am shading on. So just make sure it's clipped to your hair layer and then merge it down when you're done. How do I want to do this? I need to find the right color first, and this is not it. Sent the DM? No, I want to look. Don't you tell me no pressure. Mavis. I'm joking with you. Oh, I love that. I like that you did rules too. That's awesome. They look very good. I like them. So I'm going to kind of add some shading around here. We're going to do kind of a little flip here to show where the shadow and light is. My shading also always starts out super rough, and then I go in and I kind of carve it back out. This is a little thing from me being a traditional artist originally. You learn about positive and negative shading. Positive shading is, or additive shading is what it's normally called, is when you are adding something on. So when you're using additional paint, additional charcoal, whatever medium you're using, and you're drawing on top of something. Subtractive or negative shading is when you are shading using an eraser, essentially. You are creating shading and you are creating lighting using an eraser, and that's what I'm used to doing is subtractive shading. So a lot of my work is done using an eraser. So that's going to be for that layer. I also, when I'm shading my pieces for Live 2D specifically, I will not merge the layer down for the shading until I'm done shading the entire head, or at least the entire hair. That way, if I want to go back and change something, like if I realize, hey, I don't like how that looks, I can go and do that, and I don't have to completely restart on that piece. I really love how they turned out. I also really love how they turned out, Mavis. They look awesome. They look very, very good. Actually, I just realized this needs to be shaded a little darker than that. There we go. Honestly, I like this style of shading. I'm going to have to experiment because I want to improve my work, but also burnout. No, that's real. Listen, honestly, my biggest advice to anyone suffering from burnout, and I say this as someone who has been suffering from burnout recently, because I very much overworked myself in the process of getting ready for our subathon. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if part of the reason I got sick at the convention was because I went from grinding on commissions to prepping for a subathon to going to a convention to doing the subathon right after getting home from that convention to going to another convention, and then I got the flu with like 0 break in between. So like that wouldn't surprise me if that's why I got sick, honestly. I was also suffering from burnout at that point. I still kind of am, but it's getting better now that I've had to rest because I got the flu. But for anyone who is suffering from burnout, my advice to you is don't be afraid to, when you are feeling burnt out, to do one of 2 things. Or both in some combination. Because when I'm burnt out, sometimes I need to step away from my work. Sometimes burnout is just you've been doing it so much, you need to take a step back. So sometimes when I'm super burnt out, I need to take a step back from drawing for a couple days or whatever, just to go and do something else, to game with my friends, to go out and go grocery shopping, to go and chill and just do other things. And that's okay. Sometimes we need breaks. We cannot fucking draw all the time. That's just how that works. You are a whole person. You cannot exist solely for your art, unfortunately. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, when you are burnt out, try to take some time to just draw for yourself. And when I say draw for yourself, I don't just mean draw things you like. Draw things in ways where you don't hold yourself to a standard of quality, I guess is the best way of saying it. I know that when we draw a lot and we get used to how our art normally looks, when you start to get burnt out and the quality dips because you're getting burnt out, you get so focused on that quality dropping that it only causes you to beat yourself up more when you notice it. And that just furthers the burnout, right? So like, take yourself out of your element with that by trying something new. Because by trying something new, you can lower the floor, or not lower the floor, lower the ceiling for yourself, basically. Focusing on new techniques, things you're curious about, things you don't have to worry about being perfect at. Because they're new to you. You're focusing on learning rather than being good, if that makes sense. Kind of letting your curiosity play out. You learning new techniques, trying new things like that. All in like a very loose setting can help with burnout. At least I've found anyway. BRB the Werewolf Himbo and I are thinking about food. Tell Varric I say hi. Yeah, those are my general tips for people who are feeling burnout, because, like, good God, do I feel that. Me too. Bitch, me too, the fuck? I have to also make sure that I'm remembering to turn off these pieces so I actually shade the entire thing underneath. Yeah, but yeah, Elizabeth, it was just back-to-back stuff. Fall is like summer and fall are the 2 busiest like seasons for me in general. Because summer and fall are both con season. Like that's like the height of con season is like the middle of summer to like the middle of fall. And oh my God, this year especially, because I've done more conventions this year than ever, was just wild. I'm actually talking to my roommate about cutting back on conventions next year because it has been wonderful, but incredibly taxing for me to have to constantly grind on commissions and do conventions all year round. So we might be cutting back on the amount of conventions I do next year, so that way I can be at home and working at home more now that I have this as my full-time job. Out of curiosity, Cass, have you done any furry VTuber models? I have not done a furry VTuber for live 2D before. I really want to. I actually, a couple people have contacted me about me doing them, and I might be doing some very in the near future, actually, because people have been talking to me about them. I can absolutely do them, just no one has ever requested one. But I've done tons of furry PNG tubers, and I've done furry gift tubers. I've made, like, tons of furry art before. How much would you charge? Honestly, I believe it would be the same base price as my normal model. So my normal model art starts at around $300 US. It depends on how many like expressions and stuff you're getting as well, though, and like if your design is overly complex. But like the only real difference between a furry model and a human model is how the muzzle works, really. Like the muzzle and the mouth obviously need a couple of extra moving parts. But as far as I'm aware of right now, I don't plan on charging more for that. Maybe I'll change my mind once I do my first furry model. Who knows? We'll see. But like, I've always been a furry-friendly artist, so I'm always open to doing furry models if someone wants me to do one. You just have to ask. And like, I've got plenty of examples of what my furry art looks like on all of my socials and stuff, because like, I have my own fursona and all that fun stuff. I don't like how that's cutting through that, actually. I might have to bring that up a little more. I don't know. Yeah, that looks weird. Is $300 US like 500 CAD? I don't remember. I'm bad at like currency conversions. $410 and some change if my memory serves. Thank you, Saphira. I'm awful at currency conversion. I'm gonna take this and bring it up a little more. Hang on. Get rid of the thing, that one, and also the hairline, so I can see what the hell I am doing. Just because of the shading, I need this little piece to be more full opacity. There we go. That's better. Also, when I'm shading my hair, like this is a very simplistic example. If I was doing this on commission, the hair would be much more detailed. But like I do like to do this sort of like subtractive shading bit where I shade most of it and then go back and erase it out. Because I think it's a really good way to make it show like the light reflecting off the hair. Because like I start with like a curve around the midsection of the hair because this area in here is going to be where the hair is highlighted the most. So then you shade this all the way down. And then a lot of the times on the top I'll add another piece of shading, but we'll get to that in a moment. I want to do the bottom of the bangs first. We just kind of cut into this a little bit, and we can go like this. And I kind of highlight the edge here and erase out to create kind of an attractive, I say attractive, that's a very vague term, but like an aesthetically pleasing shape towards the bottom that kind of fades back out to the original color. And then what I can also do on bigger swatches of hair like this is I can go in and add additional like shadows and stuff. If I can. Yeah, like little dark strands. Yeah, exactly. You get it, Elizabeth. Like things like that. And like you can lighten those up as well a little bit too. I'm going to lighten the midsection of this one up a little. God, the bald in the middle. Removes the bald redeem. Got this one is done. This one is next. And you want to keep in mind like where the other pieces of hair fall on top of these when you're shading as well. So like this one, it's going to have a little bit more shaded towards this side because the bangs are going to be covering it in a couple spots. Also, I'm starting my small business in the new year and I just got my business cards in the mail. Oh, congratulations, Elizabeth. Oh my gosh. That's so exciting. God, I remember when I first started mine. Oh my goodness, that was so long ago now. That was that 7 or 8 years ago now? 2017? Long time ago now. I can't wait to see what you make. That's going to be awesome. My eraser's not in full opacity. There we go. And then I'm going to actually copy this shading layer and I'm going to paste it. Because these two layers are the same and I'm allowed to cheat if I want to. So now we've got all the bangs kind of shaded in on a base layer. And we can go in and we can do the back layers as well. No one will know. It's a secret. We can keep a secret. Shh. So that's for the hair bangs. Keep in mind, all of the multiply layers are still separate layers right now. They will not be when I go to merge everything, but I'm keeping them separate for now while I'm still doing the hair back. So we're going to turn this off, and I'm going to lower the opacity of the head. And we're going to do the same thing to the hair back. I'm going to be keeping the shading on this super duper minimal, and I'll show you guys why in a sec. Because I'm actually going to do this differently than how I normally do it, because I have realized in rigging my current model that there is an easier way for me to fucking do something, and I want you guys to do it the easier way, so that way you don't have to deal with what I had to go through with this model. Like I had these like simplest realization the other day. Like it was like right as I was finishing this model, probably like 2 or 3 weeks ago, however long ago October 26th was. Literally as I was finishing this model, and I was like, you know, I could have just done this way and it would have been so much easier. And I was like, why didn't I do that? What is wrong with me? So I'm going to teach you guys how to do something a little differently than how I did it on my current model. Take this and carve it out like this. It's very hard for me to see the shading while the head's on. Get out of here. Just some little low lights down towards the bottom of that. I'm going to bring this up so it's a little lighter in there. And then this one is also going to get copied and pasted because these are also symmetrical. Whee! Right about there. Turn those layers off. Goodbye. Oh, that's not the layer I thought that was. I thought we were doing the bottom piece. I was wrong. I'm just kind of going down the line of all my hair layers right now and filling them in and doing little bits of shading here and there on them. This is very, like, calming music. This isn't, like... I was hoping for a different vibe of lo-fi, though. I think I might change the lo-fi music we're listening to. Hang on. It's very pretty, though. Let's see. What do we have? I'm just looking through all my YouTube playlists right now. Ooh, there's one called The Abyss, and it's supposed to be deep lo-fi beats. Let's do that one. That sounds fun. Tag yourself. I'm jumping into the abyss. With reckless abandon, even. Yeet! It's that one TikTok meme that went around like a couple months ago where it was like, hey dude, he jumped, and then it starts playing, I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. It's that meme. That's me. I'm the one who jumps. So these bottom pieces are going to be mostly covered by the head. Like if I turn the head on, you can see that the head and the neck are going to be covering a lot of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start out with them all entirely shaded in and then just erase them out where I want them to be highlighted. I like that there's an accordion on this soundtrack. This is interesting. That's too light. Hang on. That's better. Make sure that there's a shadow cast like this. Just this a little bit more. This can also get copied and pasted because what am I if not working smarter and if not harder? I'm trying to get myself away from using the term lazy about myself because quite frankly, that's not true. I am a very hardworking person, and I think I deserve to say so. And I don't think it should be considered lazy to work in a way that is smart for yourself. And we just need this back piece. This back piece is going to be entirely shaded in, I think. Because, as far as I'm aware, yeah, it's going to be, like, entirely covered. So what I'll do Just in case it shows like a little bit on the bottom, I'm going to add just a little bit of shading down in here. But it really doesn't need too much, because even when you turn your head side to side, this piece isn't going to show super much. Just something very simple. Doesn't need to be super much. So now when we turn all the hair pieces on, you're going to end up with something a little bit like this. Look at that, aren't they cute? Cutie patootie this person is. So, the one thing I want to show you guys, this is going to be a separate layer that is going to get clipped on top of every single hair layer you have. All of the bang pieces, all of the hair back pieces. It's really annoying to set up in Live 2D because it's a lot of copying and pasting, but it's worth it, I promise. So you can see that I have on my head, I'm going to move myself nice and close in again so you guys can see. Hi. Hello. How we doing, chat? So I have, obviously, my hair part area towards the back of my head where my hair kind of meets my scalp. It gets darker because that's how the shading on the top of your head works. I did that and I merged it with the back hair layers of mine. I realized that there is a fucking easier way to do this, and I shouldn't have done that. You can do it as a separate layer, and then you don't have to worry about it like not moving the way you want when you do it in Live 2D. Thank you for the hydrate redeem. If you have something to drink with us, please take a sip and let me know what you're drinking in the chat. Remember to stay hydrated, folks. I'm gonna grab, where's my water? There's my water. Peach water. Very yummy. So I'm gonna make a new layer. This isn't gonna go in a folder because it's kind of its own thing, but it is part of the hair technically. Just there's not a good folder spot for me to put it in because I can't put it in with the hair bangs, because if I do, it's not going to clip to the hair back properly because Clip Studio is weird about that stuff. So we're just going to kind of make, on a multiply layer, the general shape that we want our hair part to be. And you want to make sure that you're focusing it around wherever the part in your hair is. So, like, obviously, if your character has a middle part, you do it more towards the middle, all that fun stuff. I'm going to fill that in. And then we're going to make it look nicer. You know, realized I could have done this on a separate layer the entire time. After finishing my model and went, Cass, why didn't you just do it this way? This would have been easier. This would have saved you a bunch of time on rigging, actually. And like you could have done less custom meshing and it would have been great. So you're noticing probably that it is not clipped properly to my head. There is unfortunately no way for Clip Studio to fully do this the way I want, because if I clip it to just the bangs, you can't see it on the back of the head. But if I move it back here and clip it to the back of the head, if I can find the layer, here we go, then you can't see it on anything else. You also have to clip this to the hairline as well. So it'll show on top here a little bit when it doesn't have to, but that's fine. Because when we are in Live 2D, it will look, instead of like this, it will look like, turn that off. It'll look like this once it's done. But so that is about it. I want to make a couple adjustments to this though. I feel like this needs like a couple more spikes in here and stuff. Just to kind of help us define this area more. And like I might not. You know what? This is what I mean by when I say, hey, when you go to do all of this, make sure that you are leaving these unmerged for now. Because I'm not liking the way that that overlays on top of that. So we might go and fix that. Because like the way that I normally do this is I would essentially do this where it's on a separate layer, and then I would go and individually copy and paste it clipped to each individual hair layer and then merge it down into that hair layer. But that creates issues when you go to rig it if the pieces move. Because then the pieces might not match up exactly the way they're supposed to. So keeping it on a separate layer is much easier. So we're going to adjust this a little bit, and we're going to take this and kind of do one of these. I'm going to make that a little lighter. Because your hair gets darker as it gets closer to your scalp, so you want to make sure it kind of has like a fade out on it of some kind. Or like if you're super into like cell shading, you might not have to do that because like different art styles and all that. My style starts out very much like cell shading and then becomes very not like cell shading by the time I'm done with it, so like it depends on the person. I don't think I want to have it go up into that actually, because that's going to cause issues later when I'm rigging it. I am going to alter the head shading on, is it this piece? Yeah. Because that gets all icky. Hang on. Get rid of that. And then, is it you? Yeah. There we go. Kind of lets you define the little upper pieces there. And I think, I don't like how defined that one is. I think we're going to let that one be a little more open. Yeah, a little more like that. And then I think I'll cut back this piece of shading too. This is why you keep those layers separate, because like I like to go back and like make adjustments as I'm going, honestly. Because you can never really see it until it's all put together. And once you're done looking at something, you might notice that there are little things you want to just kind of adjust at the end. Yeah, like that. All right, so that's the basic shading. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do the exact same thing, but we're going to add highlights to the hair. My highlights are really simple. I do really cartoony highlights because I like that kind of style. You might have your own style of highlighting, or you might not highlight your hair at all. But I go over same process as the multiply layer, but on an add layer. And we're going to take a warmer tone, so I'm going to do like a greeny yellowy color now. It's going to be a very dark greeny yellowy color too, so that way it's not too bright. What layer am I on this one? That's too bright. That's a little better. A little darker. Sorry, I'm just color swatching real quick to see if I can find the color that I want. Yeah, that's about good. And then we'll go and add little highlights to the hair. I like to do these little bubble highlights. I think they're really cute. It makes the hair look very shiny. And we're just going to do that for all the layers as well. Which layer is this? This is this one. Comp. How's it going? It's been a hot minute. I hope you're doing well, my friend. How's it been hanging? Little bubble highlights. I am jiving to this music right now. I'm sorry that I keep getting very quiet. This music is like very chill and I really like it. And so I'm like absolutely vibing. I need to turn that one big fringe piece off. So that's all the front pieces. And then we just repeat the same process for the back pieces. Mood, I should be working, but I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 instead. No, listen. That as you should be, Comp. Oh my god. As you should be.
Your Honor, Cass has been eating too many green Jolly Ranchers and it went straight to their head.
Listen. I don't even like green Jolly Ranchers. The blue ones are where it's at. Beauregard, the blue ones are where it's at. I don't know what you're talking about. Green Jolly Ranchers. We are men of taste here. The blue Jolly Ranchers are the good ones. You know what, Saphira? That's okay. You can have all the green ones. I'd hug Baldy, not gonna lie. I'm glad that we would all hug Baldy. This is very friend-shaped. I don't know why I decided to make them so friend-shaped, but I did. Are they? See, I was always a big fan of the blue and the red ones. I was much more a blue and red one person. Yeah, cherry Jolly Ranchers are really good. Cherry Jolly Ranchers slap. I want Jolly Ranchers now, goddammit. Hold on, I'm gonna blow my nose real quick, but then I'm demanding that my roommate buys me Jolly Ranchers tonight. Okay. I'm messaging my roommate. Fuck it. I'm messaging Mod Tim, and I'm telling him that I will pay him to bring me Jolly Ranchers. Actually, wait, shit. Saphira, is Jolly Ranchers on the list of boycotted companies? Do we know who owns Jolly Ranchers? I don't want to ask my roommate to do that if it's one of the companies I shouldn't buy from. Fuck. Hang on, I'm looking it up. I'm gonna look it up myself. Hold on. Who owns Jolly Ranchers? Oh, it's owned by Hershey. I think Hershey might be on the list, actually. Hang on. Yeah, there's been a list. Hang on, is Hershey fucking on here? Hershey's is not on here. Cool. I'll have to double check it against the larger list. Not seeing Hershey's on list? Cool. Okay, I'm messaging Tim and asking him to buy me Jolly Ranchers. Can you buy me Jolly Ranchers and I can give you like $4 smiley face. Saphira, if you don't mind, DM me the link real quick and I will post it, because it will time you out because you are not a mod in my stream if you post it, and I don't want you to get in trouble. Also, thank you for what you sent me earlier, Saphira. I appreciate that. I will change that later. But so here is a Palestinian resource guide for anyone who is interested. This is a list of things to know if you are boycotting. List of places to boycott. I believe it also has lists of pro-Palestinian companies as well that you can support if you are interested in supporting Palestinian companies. Please, please, please try to avoid the companies on this list if you can. Obviously, everyone has different life situations, and sometimes our needs make it impossible for us to avoid super big companies when it is about things like finances and making sure that we can afford what we need to eat and things like that. But, you know, try to put power where your dollar is as much as you can. So if you are interested in learning about the situation between Israel and Palestine, I highly recommend you check out that document. Hello there, dear Vampire Prince. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. For those of you who are not familiar with me, hello, I am Cass. I am your local witchy artist friend, and today we are doing something very fun. I am making a model head for Live 2D that is going to be used to teach people how to cut things for making model art, to rig your own model art. It's going to be used as an example, and we're going to kind of rig through it together to show y'all how I rig my Live 2D models. So, dear Vampire Prince, thank you so much for sharing your community with me. If you need to, please get some food, some water, all that good stuff. If you got to raid and run, no worries. I appreciate you sharing your community with me, and thank you for stopping by. But what were you guys doing on stream? I hope you had a really good stream. I need to turn the head layer off because I can't see. Right now, I'm just going through and shading and highlighting these hair layers real quick, which is not super important for the Live 2D portion of this, but I'm being extra. Thank you for the head pats, Lilith. I appreciate it. I'm going to do this, and I'm not going to shade it because it's just going to be used as an example. Also me, 20 minutes later, I'm going to shade the whole thing, actually. Thank you so much for the follow, Sister of War. I appreciate it. Why is that not shaded? What the fuck? What is happening? Oh, that's because I didn't clip it. There we go. That's why. There we go. Yeah, it teaches shading, so it's fine. I'm doing very, like, simplistic shading on this, though. My shading is normally quite a bit more detailed than this, so but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This can get flipped around onto the other piece. Piece is that. There we go. I do have to run because I streamed a little too long and it's bedtime, but the art looks so good. Have a good rest of stream. Thank you so much, dear Vampire Prince. I appreciate it. I hope you get a very good rest. Have a good night's rest. Have a good night's sleep. Oh, that's not on the right layer, Cass. What I should have done, if I had more time, if I hadn't gotten super sick, what I should have done was I should have gone and I should have, like, designed a whole character, and we could just, like, rig a whole character for this. That would have been really fun, but I could not do that with having the flu last week, so we are here now. Maybe we could turn this into a character. Maybe we could, like, redesign this a little bit and make it a little more fun, and then maybe eventually I'll do, like, a whole model of whatever this character is, and I'll release it as, like, a practice model for people to look at and to see the rig on or something. Because I think that would be fun. I'm on the wrong piece. This is the... Well, that can't be right. I'm missing a piece here. Where the hell is it? That's that one. This one. Oh, I added an add layer and then didn't draw anything on it. I'm so smart. And like, honestly, I don't even really think that these back pieces really need all that much highlighting. I'm just adding them to like give them a little bit of something. You know? So that's basically it for the hair. So these are all on separate layers now though. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to merge all of the layers together. So I'm going to go and do that real quick, and I'm going to move my microphone to do it because it's going to be a lot of Control E, which is my hot key for that. So I'm going to put this over here. We're just going to go through, and I'm going to merge all of these layers. There's a lot of them. It's going to take me a sec. Because we have like 20 hair layers all by itself. I have to make sure that I'm not messing up the order in which I do that, because if I do, it's not going to look right. Okay, so there we go. So now that we have done all of that, so when you look at all the individual hair layers now, it is not all on a separate layer. The shading for this piece is all attached to this piece. The only thing that is not attached is the hair part, which I actually forgot to name earlier. So this is hair part. And the reason we're keeping the hair part separate is so when we're rigging, we can move it around as necessary when we're tilting our head and stuff, and we can deform it the way that we want. Now, sometimes what I like to do, I don't normally do this on my hair because my hair is white, so it's hard for me to do this, but on anyone whose hair is not white, I do normally take a very soft brush and I go over the entire hair with another add layer with a very soft brush, and I just kind of like brush a little bit over it towards the top. I'm going to change this real quick so it's not quite that color. It's not going to be quite that light, and it's not going to be quite that warm. Like that. Oh my god, she does give Dinah vibes! Holy shit! Wait a minute! Hey, I just drew untraumatized Dinah, B. That's all this is. Oh my god. One of my D&D characters looks exactly like this, except she's way more traumatized. Fuck. Damn it. I just made untraumatized Dinah. What have I done? No one tell Pottermus about this. No one can tell Joe about this, okay? If Joe finds out that I drew this, he's gonna kill me. He's gonna start crying. It's not gonna be okay. So I've made a whole YouTube video about this character before. I've made a whole YouTube video about this character before. Holy shit. This character got stuck in a time loop and got turned evil by the big bad. They were an NPC of mine. They were in love with one of the party members, but it was like an unrequited love. It was super sad. This is just her without all the trauma. Shit. She had an eye patch because she lost one of her eyes in like this really tragic thing that happened to her. Oh my god. Yeah, Eva, you are absolutely free to DM me. Eva, you are one of the buddies. You do not have to ask, my friend. So I'm going to take this little add layer here, and I'm going to just kind of paste it clipped onto each of the hair pieces real quick to add that little extra bit of depth onto the top. Oh, damn it, is Hershey's on the list? Thank you, Aoife. I appreciate you. Hang on, I'm gonna retract that. I have to send him a... Never mind, Jolly Ranchers is on the ban list. I redact my request, please. Appreciate you, Aoife. Thank you for that. Damn it, I can't even have my Jolly Ranchers because you people care more about capitalism than people. Screams angrily into my microphone. Also, your stream's been so chill it made me sleep twice. Hee hee. We like chilling around here. And then I need to add it to the... Where is the hairline? There it is. That did not crop properly. Not crop, clip is the word that I'm looking for. There we go. EPB. Listen, no, that's a mood. Ever since I got sick, I've been like, oh, I exist to nap. Like, I exist to be up for a half hour and then go the fuck back to sleep. I've yet to see Arizona tea or Hornell Brewing Company on any of the lists, so at least that's an option. Ooh, I would like some Arizona tea. I don't know. I'll probably just go shopping myself after this, but this is basically it, really. We can do a couple other of little tiny things that are kind of fun. For example, since the major portion of this is done, I kind of did it already in here, but it's not movable, so we're going to make it movable, and I'm going to change that, actually. Hang on. I'm going to go onto my head layer and edit a couple things, because you can do stationary shading on the sides of the head like this. However, you'll notice that when I turn my head, like when my head's straight forward, there's less shading. And then when my head turns, there's more shading on one side and less on the other. That is all done using layer clipping, just like we did for the bang shading. So I'm going to very quickly, I'm going to undo something that I did before, and we're going to go and we're going to add that in. Take this, and I'm just going to kind of go in on the skin tone layer, and I'm going to just get rid of this line of shading that I did right here. You don't have to do this. This is really just an extra thing that I like to do on my models. So we're removing that, which is fine. We're going to make a new layer on top of the head that is clipped to the head specifically. I'm not going to clip it to the head to start with, however. It's going to be at the end, though, and we're going to make it on a symmetry layer. And we are going to make a shading layer that comes up the entire side of the head like this and comes around, basically. Get rid of that. So I'm going to turn all these layers off so I can fill the shape that I'm trying to make right now. And we're just going to fill this in. So it looks like that. And I also tend to take like a nice soft kneaded eraser and I make it fade out a little bit. Not all the way, but a little bit towards the edges. And then we clip that right to the head. And you can name this layer head, turn, shade. And then in parentheses after that, clip to head. And you set that to multiply. And I'm going to adjust the color because it's too dark now that it's on a multiply layer. We're going to go ahead and let me just kind of and I don't need those two clipping layers because those are temporary layers. There we go. So now when your head turns, what you can do is you can shift this layer back and forth. And you can use that to help you make your head turn way more convincing because you've got the shadow turning with it. I'm going to kind of slightly turn this down a little bit because I don't want it to be like all the way visible at all times. I want it to kind of disappear where the chin is. Let me get this symmetrical again. Hang on. Right there. Kind of like that. God, I'm looking at this, Mod B. I swear to God, I'm looking at this, and now all I'm seeing is Dinah before she was traumatized. I can't believe I did this. I've accidentally made one of my D&D characters. This was totally by mistake. I wonder, do I have a picture of what Dinah actually looks like so I can show you guys how, like, 1-for-1 this is? Let me get one of my flash drives out. Hang on one sec. I'm underneath my computer desk for a moment. Give me my D drive. D&D, campaigns, Foolhardy 5. Where is the fucking Dinah art? Once there were 5, where is it? Oh, it's not in this folder. Are you for real? Hold on. I know I have it somewhere in this damn flash drive. Where is it? It's probably under the art section. I probably put it into art instead. D&D art. Where is the Dinah picture? Yeah, Nintendo is on the list. Nintendo is very, very much on the list. There she is. Her skin is much darker, admittedly. Dinah has very tan skin. A lot of the elves that I design, from the fall season of the Feywild specifically have very tan skin. But Dinah got afflicted with a magical disease, that affected her greatly, essentially. That's why she has this eye patch, and that's why she has all the black stuff all over, her arms. But, she was one of the main, like, antagonist. I'm not going to say villain because the party did end up helping her turn back to the side of good towards the end of the campaign, but she went real evil for a long while. She was very heavily based on Catra from fucking She-Ra, because I really liked She-Ra and I loved Catra's vibe. So very, very similar vibes to Catra. But this is just white Dinah. I can't. What have I done? What have I done? But yeah, no, Nintendo, I believe, God, I had just read something along with all of this. And I don't remember exactly what it said, and I don't want to get it wrong. I would say Google the stuff about Nintendo, because I literally remember hearing something about this earlier today, and I don't want to misquote it because I know I am not the most well informed on the things with the Israel-Palestine situation, and I only want to speak on things that I'm actually well informed upon. So please seek out, like, legitimately Palestinian content creators and people who are, you know, either from the region or have actually, like, you know, lived in the region or have been a direct part of all of this. Please listen to their voices far more than you will listen to mine. I am a white person living in America. I have so much privilege, y'all. Listen to the people who are being directly affected and hurt by this, because they are in pain and they deserve to be listened to, and they do not deserve what they are going through. My weird clipped hair thing that I can't get to clip right until we're in live 2D. Excuse me. But so that's another interesting thing that you can do is this little hair piece, or not hair piece, the skin shading on either side of the skin. It's also bothering me that the ears aren't shaded now because we shaded everything else, so now the ears are sticking out like a sore thumb to me, so we're gonna shade those real quick. I'm gonna add, like, some really basic shading onto those really quickly. Whee! I'm so tempted to darken this character's skin now and just, it's human Dinah, or not human. Yeah, actually, technically human, because Dinah's an elf. But it's untraumatized Dinah. I could do that. We could, hold on, chat. Do I change the ear shape to turn it into an elf? And I can also show you guys how to do elf ear wiggle physics. And I can darken the skin tone, and it can just be one of my D&D characters. Do we do that? Because I didn't mean to do this, but it totally looks a lot like Dinah. Just like her when she was younger. Oh my god, do it? Alright, okay, hang on, we're gonna do it. This was completely accidental. This is not what we were meaning to do today. Potter's gonna come into stream and lose his fucking mind. Pottermus Prime is gonna enter stream and see that and be like, what is happening? And leave. Alright, I'm gonna finish shading this first, and then we'll darken the skin tone with a multiply layer. Because I've already got it all merged, so I can't just recolor it, unfortunately. But we'll do that in a moment. Redeems bald. The music's a tad bit loud. I apologize. Oh, you know, it's probably because I moved myself away from my mic a little bit too. How's this be? This a little better? Gets a little louder than your voice. Better? Cool. Yeah, it's probably because earlier in the stream I had my mic a little bit closer to me and then I moved it so I could reach my keyboard better. That's my fault. I'm gonna turn my mic volume up just a tad bit here. There we go. That should be a little bit better too. Just so people can actually hear my very, very scratchy, sick voice. You guys all have to deal with it. There we go. We got some basic shading on there. Okay, so I'm going to darken this character's skin tone a little bit. Let me actually, like, open up Dinah. I made her skin very yellow for some reason. This art is from, like, years ago. We're going to fix that also. Maybe scratchy, but still lovely just the same. You're lying. B, you're one of my best friends and I love you, but I think you're biased. I think that's biased. All right, I'm going to turn off... I have to turn off a bunch of the shading layers here real quick. 1 second. We don't need that. We don't need that. Get rid of the fucking... Where is it? This one. And that. And this. And just all of the hair, actually. Back to bald. Return to bald. So just as this is a disclaimer, because I wasn't planning on changing this character's skin tone halfway through, just we realized she looks a lot like one of my D&D characters, and so I'm doing it now. This is not how I would recommend shading darker skin tones. I am doing this because I already shaded all of this, and I don't feel like doing it again. Draw darker skin tones properly. Registered trademark. So what I'm going to do is we're going to set this on a multiply layer. Because Dinah has kind of like tan-ish skin, and I'm going to adjust it until I get it to be just about right. And we're going to do some color adjustment layers along with it to get it to the appropriate color. Dinah's skin tone is about right there. Yeah. And then I'm just going to copy that, and we're going to go to all of the skin tone layers, and I'm going to highlight it and stuff as well, and change some of the hues on the shading where I can to make it read a little bit better as well. I need the mouth pieces. Where are the mouth skin layers? Here we go. And then I need to do the clipping masks. So that looks better again. I'm probably going to have to slightly alter the blush tones and stuff as well. That's a little better. Now it's actually just Dinah. All right, now we need to alter the ears because Dinah's an elf. So let's go to the ear layer, and I'm just going to change the shape of them real quick to be a little more pointed. I'm also going to clean up this shading in here real quick because that is a little rough. It's not going to be noticeable in the rig, but I still want to make it a little neater than that since people are going to be using it to learn from. Dinah doesn't have super big elf ears. She has very, like, short cropped elf ears. Because she is a wood elf, not a high elf. So I'm not actually doing like solid line art or anything for this. I'm just kind of going over and painting over it, which, like, if you have a painterly style, you probably do on your models already. But if you do like cell shading and stuff, obviously you would normally like draw this with line art and then shade it with multiply layers and stuff. But I already merged everything, so I'm fixing it. This is going to get extended up more. And then I'm going to go and I'm just going to clean this up a little more too. There we go. Healthier. Line this up. Wait, I just merged that onto the wrong layer. I'm stupid. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna have to fix that in a sec. Crop this down a little more. Get off of that layer. You go on the correct ear layer. Oh, look how cute she is. I can't believe I accidentally just basically made one of my D&D characters without reading it. Or without reading it. Cass, what's the English language? Without realizing it. My baby girl. I love her so much. She is such a good character. Turn those masks off. There we go. But this is basically all you really need for a base head in Live 2D. I also love her bee. She's my baby girl. Sobbing. Listen, she's so good. She's just good. Dinah has done many things wrong in her life, and I think she should be allowed to do them. In this household, we support women's wrongs. Sometimes people are allowed to do crime, and Dinah is one of those people. Dinah is a chronomancy wizard, by the way. She is a time wizard. Love her. She has done many, many illegal things. It's fine. But this is basically all you need in order to have a fully riggable head in Live 2D. What we will probably do next stream is we will get into rigging this head, and I will talk to you guys about like the basics of rigging all of the eyes and how we set all of the deformers and meshes and stuff up. And we'll go into all of like the detailing of that. I don't know if we'll be able to rig the full head in one stream. It might take 2 or 3 streams. Especially with the mouth. Good God, especially with the mouth. But this is kind of the basics of what you need. Even just the head. Let me actually, I'll count the layers real quick so y'all have like a good idea of how many layers this is. Let me, not including the sketch. We don't need to include the sketch. Let me open up all of my layers here and we'll count how many layers just a head is. To give you guys an idea of how many layers go into a Live 2D model. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Oh God, I can't count. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. 45 layers, I think. I think I had all the folders open, right? Oh no, I'm missing one. Hang on. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. Is that all of them? Is it 51? Yeah, 51 layers. 51 layers. Wait, no, I skipped the bangs. 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57 layers. I'm very good at counting. 57 layers for a live 2D head. And that's a head. That's a head and the neck. That's not including the body. That's not including the clothing. That's not including all of the rigging for the physics and stuff that you're going to have to do later as well. Or any accessories that you add. Like, that's a lot. So if you're ever wondering why live 2D models cost this much, because, like, admittedly, live 2D models are expensive, don't get me wrong. But this is why. This is 100% why. Just the head is 57 layers. So always make sure, if you're working with a live 2D artist, give your live 2D artist head pats. They deserve it. They're a lot of work. There's a lot of love that goes into these models. But I hope you found this little cutting session and this drawing session that we did for this little test rig very useful today. Thank you for the head pats also. I am going to go ahead and see if we can find somebody to raid. Let's see who's live. Oh, hey, Retro's live. I want to go and bug Retro. We're gonna go bug Retro. Oh no, said stream is over. Hey, it's okay. We'll be back soon. I'm gonna be putting out a stream schedule probably later tonight, provided I don't immediately fall asleep after stream, which does happen sometimes. It'll either be out tonight or tomorrow. We will not be streaming on Monday, but we will probably be streaming back again on Tuesday. But so a stream schedule will be put out on my Twitter and on my Blue Sky, all that fun stuff. But for those of you who are familiar with our raids, you already know the drill. You know what to type. You know what to do. However, if you are not, if you are one of my lovely followers, you can use the message witchy raid time with a little heart after it. That is our raid message. And if you are one of our amazing subscribers, you can type it just like this. Because we have some very fun animated emotes. So copy and paste that message when we raid in, and I will see you guys next time. Thank you so much for joining us, and I will see you later. Bye-bye. Stay strange.